There's always a hope. Rise and fight.
Hello, StarCraft fans. I am here once again by myself this time. We got Group B, however, we've got a Protoss Fiesta along with XiaoShuai. Very interested in this group because we've got star-studded lineup. As you can see, our first matchup, OyA versus Dewalt. But then in the bottom side, we've got the Chinese Zerg Hope. We've got XiaoShuai facing off versus BoA. This is another one of those groups. That's a death group, man. Like, you've got all the best Protoss players here. And you've got XiaoShuai, a Zerg versus Protoss specialist. Very deadly. Not necessarily an all-in-ish type of Zerg, but somebody that does aggressive strategies, can transition into the mid-game. So I've got high hopes for this group. But as I stated, our first matchup is going to be OyA versus Dewalt. You know, yesterday we had a very tough group in Group A, but Gypsy and Mihu made it through. JD Conan got knocked out. And then I'm trying to think of who was the other player that got knocked out. I already forgot, man. There's so many games I've been doing. Let me look it up real quick. Oh, Crossy. I can't believe I forgot Crossy. I guess it was just because Crossy was, you know, kind of here shortly. And then knocked out really quickly because of that ZVZ. JD Conan played extremely well yesterday, but it wasn't enough to overcome the big Jip. I think JD Conan should find solace in knowing that he had good games overall in BSL. He did very well versus Terror, and I feel like that's as good of a showing as you can get with the groups this season. I mean, round of 16 this season is quite crazy. In fact, every group is very deadly. I don't think the round of 16 has ever been as star-studded as it has ever been, as it's been this season. But we are going to have a PvP today, so there's no chance of Terran making it through. I'm sure a lot of the foreign fans are happy for that. Get some Protoss players, get some Zerg players potentially. We're getting a look at the stats of our players. You can see OyA. I mean, you look at those stats, 69% win rate, 65, 62. You're thinking, this guy, well, he must have won the tournament, right? Because players in ASL that have stats like this, you expect to see them in the finals. But actually, in BSL, this is not enough, man. This is like round of 8, round of 4 type of level. You can see in Season 11, he had his best showing round of 3. In the follow-up seasons, he's gotten basically round of 8 every single time. And then meanwhile, Dewalt, Season 3, he's the champion. But ever since then, he's been looking for another title. You can see basically he's permanently second place. Season 10, 13, 14, 15, 17... second place, season 16, third place. You just gotta feel like at some point, one season's gonna be his season. He's always consistently, not just deep in the tournament, consistently always in the finals. But, you know, it's hard to win when the final boss is either Bonnet or True Touch or Mihu, right? So, of course, as you guys know from watching BSL, I'm always a big fan of Dewalt. I think he's got the potential to take it all, and, you know, I played him, maybe like a couple months ago, and, well, he's better than ever, man. Crazy how people can get even better than they already are when they're already at the top. So we are ready for Game 1. Let's get into Game 1, which is going to be Radion PvP between Dewalt and OyA. Okay, so in the bottom right, we do have our blue Protoss. It is OyA. And in the bottom left, we do have my Protoss goat. It's Dewalt. And earlier today, I did a StarCast TV cast. It was a group of all Protoss and Zerg, so I've been Protoss and Zerged out this morning. But at least I've been seeing a lot of games. There was actually a lot of PvZ. This time around, there's a lot of Protoss in the group, so I have high hopes that maybe we can get a reverse here and have mostly PvP matchups. If you guys are interested in StarCast stuff, we've got StarCast TV Season 2 coming out maybe in the next couple months or so after ASL. I've been casting it on the weekend when ASL's got some downtime. So we do have no shenanigans so far in this game. We've got Pylon. I'm not expecting to see double gate, but you know, you never know with players like OyA who can open up with aggressive builds. I'm expecting to see one gate, probably cybernetics, probably a zealot. I think the ramp is big enough that you definitely want to get a zealot out there, you know, get some pot shots in as they try and run by, if they're going to try and run by. And you definitely don't want to just have stuff walk into your base for free, right? So there is the gas coming in. Now, something that I was paying attention to in the StarCast cast that I was watching earlier, or doing earlier, I was looking at the scout timings. No spoilers in that group, but one of the players didn't scout very often. And in this series, we do have Dewalt going for a more normalish scout. Now with lack of scout, if there's going to be a lack of scouting, you know, what's that money going to go for? What's the money intended to go into? Is it going to be for a faster Nexus? Are you going to build, you know, faster Robo? I think we could see a fast 3 gate if OyA does not want to scout. As I say that, there goes that probe. So it does look like it's just going to be a normal opener. Now, as expected, Zealot coming down for OyA, and so has Dewalt. Dewalt has gone for an interesting scout pattern. I think this is more of a play the opponent type of scout pattern. You know, OyA has shown, not just in ladder games, but in tournaments, he will proxy gate the center. And Radion, just like Circuit Breakers, does have buildable terrain in the center. So, it was definitely a smart scout from Dewalt. Now, I always got my eyes locked on that gas at this point in the game. 150 just got spent by OyA, so that's going to be ranged. It's not a fake. Meanwhile, that was also 150 spent for Dewalt. So it is going to be matching range from both sides. Now, if either player can take down the probe quickly, like OyA's about to do, there could be a cancel. And is it going to be a cancel? The answer is no. So sometimes, even though you show them your tech, sometimes you got to continue with it as a mind game. You know, I know that you know that I'm going range, but you may be thinking that I'm going to cancel it. Well, this time, not going to cancel it, just going to play normal. And OyA's, you know, he's not found Dewalt just yet, so he doesn't know exactly what's going on. And Dewalt does have a lot of builds in his arsenal, you know, casting him in StarCast. I've been seeing him play versus some pros. He played a PvP. Can't remember exactly who it was versus. Maybe it was either Noob or YSC. And Dewalt had some tricky builds, so you definitely got to consider that he could be going DTs here. You can't just assume like, oh, Dewalt, he's going to play normal, he's going to play Observer, you know, Robo, something like that. You do have to respect that he could do something really crazy, even though I think the crazy one in this particular matchup is OyA. We do have second gate coming down. Everything is just pretty much identical here. I expect that to be a second gate. Dewalt's just like slightly behind in his build compared to OyA, but that's probably just a factor of him scouting quick. It's all going to come down to, you know, unit control here, outmaneuvering other players, or the opponent here, as the builds are literally just identical. Neither player even making a move to try and harass with their goons either. You know, I was expecting at some point to make a move with their goons to at least poke in, confirm if this guy has range or not. Because, you know, if they don't have range, you know, it could be DT, but that's not even happening. So interesting from both sides. Straight Reaver for OyA. And Dewalt, I don't think he put down the support bay just yet. That could be the only difference I see so far. And I think Dewalt, maybe he's going to expand. Okay, pylons on the perimeter. That's smart, of course. You definitely want to see that shuttle coming in. That's got to be support bay, right? Okay, support bay. There we go. So just slightly behind the tech, but look at this. We do have finally a difference maker here. OyA has started cutting probes. He's at 24, whereas Dewalt is at 27. Looks like that means that Dewalt's going to be the one expanding, whereas OyA may be trying to end the game with a move like this. He's continuing to cut, and the observer's going to spot that this guy's cutting. Now, of course, he doesn't know exactly when the cut started, but if he sees this Nexus not blinking, he may already suspect that he's getting all in. He spots the shuttle. So he knows that the shuttle is farther ahead than his. He knows that the Reaver is on the way, and Dewalt is acting like he wants to build that Nexus, but I think now that he sees that the Nexus is not blinking, definitely need to have a contingency plan here. Because if you spend 400 minerals on an Nexus, well, that could be bad news if you're getting all in by a Reaver play. And still cutting those probes. So OyA, he's got his work cut out for him. He needs to do a lot of damage here, either game-ending damage, or he needs to somehow sneak in that Reaver and pop some probes. First Reaver is out. No speed. I don't think you can afford speed at this point. That's a ton of gas for that upgrade. First Reaver out for Dewalt. I did not see the shuttle, so maybe we could channel our inner Bonnet here. Maybe channel our inner Snow. Get some big Reaver shots and take no counter and not lose our own Reaver. Battery coming down for Dewalt. This is going to be critical for his defense. I've seen so many games where the battery just heals up the Reaver forever, and look at the timing. It is so razor thin. The Reaver unloads, but it's not really in range of the key units. Oh, that was a huge hit from Dewalt's Reaver. The Reaver is bugging out. It didn't actually connect. And OyA is going to be pushed back here. I don't think this is going to work. Oh, he got some free shots on the shuttle and the Reaver. Oh, another huge hit, and this was a catastrophe. OyA was really banking that this was going to do more damage than it did. Not only did it not trade as effective, it also didn't get any probe kills. It didn't get any Reaver damage either. So now there's 2 Reavers out for Dewalt. They're basically full health. He's up 8 workers. He can build a Nexus. At this point, Dewalt, it's really his game to take at this point. All he needs to do, keep his observer on the outskirts of his base, get some good vision, make sure that the drops can't get in. And this just feels like he's just in a dominating position. What is OyA going to do in response is the question. Is he going to try? He's going to try and expand. I'm actually surprised that he's going to try and expand. He's cut for so long that I actually thought he might try and flood gates here and like do like a crazy 4-gate, 2 Reaver timing, something like that. But instead he is actually going to try and transition out of it. I guess he doesn't know that Dewalt has not been cutting, but 10 worker differential at this point in the game is huge. Shuttle is out for Dewalt, and now this is going to be very difficult for OyA to make work. Okay. Oh, the Reaver! He got stranded! The shuttle, and oh no, I've seen this before. This doesn't go well. Oh my gosh, look at that Scarab in the back. Hit all 4 of the Coons. He saves both of his Reavers. He does lose his shuttle, but he could probably just A-move with this and take down OyA. Of course, waiting for his slow Reavers, but this is just a dominating position for Dewalt right now. I'm not even seeing more gateways from OyA. I don't know how he's going to recover his Goon deficit. He's obviously down 1 Reaver as he lost both of his. And Dewalt's Nexus is done, so is OyA's. Now, in Dewalt's main, I think he's put down a couple more gateways, so he's going up to 4, if I'm counting that correctly. 3rd gate finally coming in for OyA, but he needs a miracle here. And what is that miracle going to be? I mean, I guess for now it's got to be the Reaver Scarab shots. It would be nice if he could somehow afford like Storm, get a Storm drop in the natural. That could be a way back into this game, but definitely not able to afford that when you're on 1 base for this long. Again, we have another skirmish in the center. 1 Goon kind of gets blown up. Oh no, there's no shuttle for OyA. This is basically an impossible hold. And the Reaver's out in the front. Oh, well, there goes one of them. There goes the second one, and that was quick. And that means that this game is done. So there's the GG. And Dewalt, he is going to take game 1. I think OyA's strategy was good. He had a good timing, but unfortunately, that Reaver that was sitting behind the goons, one of the shots bugged out, man. I don't know if that would have been the difference maker there to actually turn the tides, but definitely didn't help. And when you're cutting, not able to get damage, and the other opponent is, not cutting at all, well, I mean, that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. So game 2, maybe don't try and do like it wasn't necessarily an all-in, but you know what I mean. Maybe don't cut so much, maybe try and have a better fallback plan. But either way, Dewalt's up 1-0 in the series, and he's obviously going to be feeling pretty good about that. However, OyA, it is going to be his map pick now. And if I was him, what do I want to play? Honest Dewalt. I mean, for those of you out there watching, you know the real answer is I don't want to play Dewalt. Doesn't matter what the map is. I don't want to play him. So I think your best chance here is to pick a big map, and there we go. Pick Vermeer. I think you got to go with a risky play here. Maybe like a 12 Nexus. I've seen 12 Nexus work PvP. Maybe, 4-gate all-in, 3-gate all-in. Maybe show Robo, but you're actually proxying DT tech or something crazy. I don't know. At least make it difficult. Make it have a, long rush distance. So our players are ready. Let's get into game 2. Dewalt up 1-0. Okay, in the top left, we do have OyA. And in the bottom right, we do have Dewalt. So, even though I do think that this is a good map pick, I think Vermeer, out of the remaining 4-player maps, I don't know if I pick this. And the reason I say this is the map in the center is buildable. And if you saw Dewalt last game, he scouted the center. And I think the chances that OyA would have, double gated in the center is quite high. And, Vermeer's a buildable terrain center, so I think I would have picked something different if I wanted to proxy, on a map that's kind of unorthodox for proxies, but not going to happen this time. And if Dewalt does actually go for cross scout again, and OyA does go for the 12 Nexus that I said, maybe that's the move here, maybe you need to go for something really insane versus Dewalt, well, Dewalt will find him first if that cross scout comes out. So pretty bad spawns for OyA if that's what he's thinking, but he's not thinking that because it is just going to be a normal gate opener. He's going to try and just play normal again. There's the gas. I expect gas for Dewalt also. Yep, mirrored builds again. And we'll see if anybody's going to scout faster. Is Dewalt going to again send out that probe in just a second? Or will OyA be scouting? Or will nobody scout? And so far it looks like nobody's going to scout. I don't know the exact probe timing that you're looking to scout in PvP, but like I said earlier today, I was casting, and generally this scout that Dewalt's sending out right now was basically the time to go out, and then the other player was just not scouting at all. So, just depends on how you want to play. Now, where's that probe going to go? And like I said, I feel like Vermeer, it's buildable in the middle. Dewalt knows this guy proxies a decent amount, so I'm going to cross scout. And that's exactly what he does. He sees that there's nothing there, but he's going to get rewarded because, hey, look at this, OyA's top left. However, with it being Zealot first, OyA should be able to hold the ramp. Sometimes when I'm playing, I got my Marine on the ramp, and I'm like, yeah, you're not getting in, and then all of a sudden SCV just walks in. I'm like, okay, don't know how that happened. And just like that, I feel justified on having my Marine not hold the line there as the probe just waltzes in and says, don't mind me, sir. Oh, but he gets taken out. And that's actually a big hit right there. It's just like PVZ, where it's very important to keep your probe alive as long as possible. And look at this, straight Citadel from Dewalt. Now, the probe did die at a moment where it still had vision of the cybernetics, so he may have saw the core spinning. But either way, I think he should go Citadel as a follow-up. I think if the probe caught a glimpse of it, you could get air upgrade, then cancel it and go straight Citadel, but not going to be the case. And Dewalt, he's going to be the one going for cross-map DTs. Citadel's already done. I mean, he built it as soon as the cybernetics was done. I mean, he didn't screw around, he didn't fake it. He's like, oh, maybe the probe will get in, blah, blah, blah. No. He's just building it ASAP. And OyA, he needs that money for that robo, because if he doesn't get it down in a couple seconds, I don't know if the robo's going to be in time, even if he goes straight observer. I mean, this Templar Archive is already halfway done. I guess it is lucky for him in the sense that it's cross spawn, but still. Well, here's a critical scout. What's this goon doing? I think there's a zealot on hold position, so he shouldn't get in. But what OyA will see from this scout, well, maybe not with this goon versus the zealot, but when the goons engage for Dewalt, OyA is going to realize that, hey, Dewalt doesn't have range, and we're at a point in the game where you should definitely have range. Ooh, he's trying to get in. This is kind of a weird attack. I don't think I've ever seen somebody attack with 2 goons, so I wonder what OyA is thinking here, like, because this is extremely weird. Now Dewalt's goons are caught, right? Okay, and you can see that OyA has range. Now Dewalt, I think his best move is to just run. Don't even bother trying to fire, because as soon as you fire and show that you don't have range, then the gig is up. So just run, get the hell out of dodge. There's actually a forge for Dewalt, but I don't think he needs it, because he saw that there was range, and the chances of it being range plus DT is extremely low. Look at this, he's avoiding the army. Observatory is going to be in time, but OyA's only on 1 gate production. And he doesn't see the blur. Even if he sees the blur now, what's he going to have for defense? He has 1... Okay, he's sending everything back. Observer timing is actually going to be pretty perfect. If the goon's on hold position, I think he's going to lose his life on the ramp. But at least he's not going to lose probes. It's got to be a hold. It's got to be a hold. Hold. Oh, OyA doesn't notice. Oh my gosh, that was a clutch. Okay, it just comes out in the nick of time, and this DT is not going to do anything. And did Dewalt cancel his Nexus? Did he build a Nexus? I can't remember if he canceled a Nexus or not, but he had a pylon down there. Either way, the DT gets 3 kills. I feel like that's kind of all you can really ask for. Once you're facing a build like this, 3 kills is pretty decent. His Nexus timing is okay relative to OyA's Nexus timing. Something got canceled. Not sure exactly what that was. But we've got a DT waiting in the darkness over at the left side of the map. And it will not get spotted by... Oh, it will get spotted by this observer. Why is that observer there? That's like such a random position for it to be. And he does see it. So he knows that there is a DT on the field. He'll have to be cognizant of that in the middle stages and late stages of the game. Templar's already on the field for Dewalt with Storm. This is pretty common follow-up. After a DT opener, you go Forge Cannon, Storm. But this does cede map control to... That's what I was about to say. It cedes map control to OyA, and what better way to exploit your map control than to put down another Nexus, but the DT sees it, and that is critical for Dewalt, because now he at least knows that, hey, this guy spent like almost 1,000 minerals on Nexuses. Maybe there's a timing for me if I flood gateways. But either way, Dewalt knows that he's got to do something about this. Remember, he does have Storm. If he can get a Robo Storm drop is amazing on Vermeer. Not only can you just directly drop the 3rd base, of course, but you can drop in the main, and then, oh, hello, as I'm passing by, I drop the high ground 3rd and just Storm from the top. Hit him from the high ropes like it's the WWF. Instead, Dewalt is going to match the Nexus timing. He's going to put down a 3rd Nexus himself. I really thought that he might try and build a Robo and do that harassment, but he's thought otherwise. So far, game state is pretty much even at this point, except we have different tech for both sides. Probe count pretty even. OyA's recovered his probe count. And gateway count, I think, is also pretty even. So we are in kind of a stalemate right here. Both players just going to power up. I think Dewalt's got a little bit better vision. He's going to have pylons on the outskirts of his 4th base to see the incoming shuttle. Oh wow, that observer barely survives, and the observer's going to see, oh, this guy's just matching my build. And I would be feeling really good about that if I was OyA, because you're ahead in terms of econ right now. But 4 Templars out, that's a lot of Storm potential. And in the first game, OyA did cut probes. I wonder if there's a magic number for him on 3 bases where we're just going to see a massive cut in a flood of gates. Maybe 50? 55? Sounds like a good number to me. But what I'm most concerned about now is the upgrades. We've got +1 weapon coming in for OyA. I don't think we ever saw the Forge spending in Dewalt's base. Okay, matching upgrades. All right, very good. +1's a really big deal in PvP. I think it makes goons and zealots only have to deal 1 less shot to get killing moves on ground army. I'm not exactly certain on that, but I'm pretty sure it's something along those lines. So it is very impactful. But speaking of cutting probes, look at that, Dewalt cutting on 49. Maybe he got pylon blocked or something, but slight probe gap right now. And there's that critical pylon spotting that shuttle. It does have speed though, so how fast can you react? And there's only 1 goon, and it's in the darkness. Okay, gets over in time. Is he going to try and split the uprights? No, not going to go between the cannon and the goon. Smart move. And Dewalt, he's already ramped up his gateway count. I think it's actually kind of high. What is it, 7 or so? 6? Okay, not as high as I thought. I thought it was a little more than that. Okay, there's the 7th. And that's pylon. So 7 gate versus... Okay. 7 gate versus 8 gate. Plus Reaver tech on OyA's side. I didn't see Citadel for him anywhere. So it's going to be mostly goons and Reavers. There's the Citadel. And you know, we've been seeing a few games where the Protoss players that go shuttle play end up microing multiple shuttles. Like they go like 4 Reavers. I think the highest I've seen is 6. I don't think I've ever seen higher than that. But microing more than 1 shuttle can be very difficult. I'm curious to see if OyA will actually try and do that. Very hard to manage though. OyA's got a decent supply lead. He's up 14. If he can spot this, get this Templar, unload it like you're a Mutalist, just pop that thing. Okay, well that went better in my mind than it did in this actual game. Yes, he got the Templar, but he lost an Observer. He took a lot of damage on his shuttle and took some damage on the Reaver. I was thinking that the shuttle could unload the Reaver and just immediately kill it, but I forgot there's that delay on the Reavers. But Dewalt, is he on the move? I think his army right now is a little bit better. I personally prefer Storm over Reavers. I think it's like more simpler to use. Like you cast your Storm and that's it. Like if they're out of energy, there's nothing else to do here. Whereas with the Reavers, you've always got to micro them. You've got to be careful with your shuttle, of course. And where are the Reavers? Where's the shuttle, man? There's a good Storm. Hits a lot of the goons. That's another good Storm. He does bait out, what was that, 4 storms, 5 storms? But these Templars have been around for a long time, so they still have a lot of energy. Look at that. They still have almost another double storm. And there's another good storm, another good storm! The shuttle runs into the second storm, and now this shuttle is almost dead. 1 more storm and it will die. However, OyA's got supply lead, but it's not that big, and his army has taken massive damage. I don't know about this. Maybe... Oh no, he lost the shuttle to a cannon! I don't know if he focus fired that, but this was not the move, and he eats another storm. And Dewalt, even though he's down supply now, look at this, immediate 4th Nexus. He's saying, dude, that was a massive win for me. He's gonna get some big econ for himself. He also, I don't think, lost a single Templar there. Not one. So he's still got all these storms available. And what do you do if you're OyA now? Like I was saying, I didn't think he had a Citadel. I know he has it now, but his Templar Archive, does he even have one? Does he have Storm? He obviously doesn't have a Reaver anymore because it died. Oh, he has a Templar Archive, but I don't think he has Storm. It's 1 Reaver, which is, you know, decent, but look at his army comp. It's pure Zealot. The Storms are just eating everything. Look how many goons are left over. OyA's gonna try and make this happen. I mean, he's got a lot of Zealots, but there's just so many goons. The Archons are gonna be morphed also. Actually, there's more stuff on the left side than I actually anticipated, but with Zealot reinforcements for Dewalt, this is going to be pushed back. Pretty good fight for Dewalt here. I think it kind of went about as well as it could have gone for OyA. He got a decent amount of units killed. He also forced out all the Templars to be morphed into Archons, so no more Storm, at least not just at least not for now. But the big problem for him is he sees that the 4th Nexus is done, and Dewalt's going to have that up and running in just a moment. He's got triple cannon going over there. He's transferring his probes from the main. So he's going to be on 4 base mining. Dewalt's still just hovering around 55 probes. OyA also around 55. So Econ is basically identical, but for the first time in this game, we've got Dewalt with a supply lead. However, his army, okay, it's mostly on the right side. I thought it was split up. There's a good storm. Almost, yeah, he almost kills both Reavers. Gets one of them, gets 2 of them. Shuttle's gonna die. But I think there's a little bit too much OyA to continue pushing. The storms are trying to do work. The Archon's trying to do work. Ends up getting taken out. And triple Archon coming in for Dewalt. And this is going to be pushed back. Now, Dewalt doesn't know about top middle. I'm not sure if he could actually commit there and kill it. But maybe he could. Okay, he is going to go for it. And actually, I think with the Reaver being so slow, and with how many Archons and Zealots there are, I think this could be a denial. But here comes the hero on the top side. We've got the Reaver unloading. Okay, big shot onto the Zealots. There's no supporting cast here. There's not enough to support that Reaver, even though it got off a lot of damage. It's now a 30 supply lead for Dewalt. Now he sees the probe. I guess it wasn't necessarily a transfer, so he doesn't know about top middle. And again, behind this, Dewalt's like, again, another fight that I won. Well, that's another Nexus for me, bro. Top right going over to him. Reavers, good connections right there. Archon is so tanky, though, and he can't save that Reaver because the shuttle is so low. Whoa, what was that shot? See you later, goons. And this is going to be saved. Dewalt still doesn't know about top middle, but I guess as long as he prevents the transfer, he doesn't necessarily need to know about top middle because it's not mining. However, the problem for OyA is he's expanding towards the top right corner, but guess what? So is Dewalt, and he already has the top right corner. What is this? 10 gate? I think it's 10 gate versus 10 gate. So both sides pretty much have the same production capabilities. That Templar almost has enough energy, but will be taken down. I think Dewalt may be getting a little bit too aggressive here. I don't think he can win this fight. There's a lot of Zealots here. The Storms, they need to be perfect. I mean, they're pretty good, but the Zealots they're chunky. They're hard to beat with just goons, and this army is going to be pushed back, and OyA now has swung the supply in his favor. It's 4 base versus 5, but Dewalt doesn't really have his 5th base up and running, so OyA has somehow managed to cut off this army, got a kill on that small task squad, and it looks like supplies are just going to reset again. I am getting worried in the sense that Dewalt doesn't have Reavers himself, whereas I think OyA has now started to mix in Templars. Yeah, you can see there's Templars right there. So he's got a lot of AoE potential. He's got the Reavers, he's got the Archons. It's gonna be really hard, I think, to make just Storm work here, but maybe I'm wrong. Supplies are basically dead even. There's the probe transfer to top right. OyA doesn't see it. But I like OyA's army comp better. Like, if we look at the army for Dewalt, it's 4 Templars, mostly Zealots, whereas OyA has half Zealots, half Goons, a couple Archons. He's up 20 supply, dude. I don't know how he got up 20 supply, but his army is very fearsome right now. +2 power spike for him also. I'm gonna, okay, +1 armor for Dewalt. Not sure how +2 deals with +1 armor, but Zealot or Reaver unload. Oh, he needs the clutch shots on the Templars. He's gonna eat double storm, but one of the Reavers survives at least. And look at this! OyA's pushing him back, and this was an overwhelming win. This was such a big win that actually the 4th base is going to be under threat. There are so many goons here. He needs to get rid of the shuttle and a Reaver. He does get rid of it, but these Archons leading the charge. I think actually OyA's going to win. Look at Dewalt's army. It's non-existent. OyA have 50 supply. I don't even know what happened. This base is dead. 100% dead, and with matching production, 10 gate versus 10 gate, as long as OyA doesn't forget to send his units across the map, you gotta imagine that he's just gonna be in the driver's seat. Now, he still doesn't know about top right, but it looks like a probe is going up there, and as soon as he finds it, I think he's just gonna waltz up there and kill it. Hopefully he doesn't build a Nexus on the low ground. If he builds a Nexus on the low ground, that would be a catastrophe, because Dewalt will just get away with having this base forever. That's what he's done. So the game's going to go on. If Dewalt puts a cannon, like a pylon and cannon to hold the ramp, I don't think OyAG's going to be able to get up there that easily. A little bit of a missed opportunity there. A double forge upgrades for Dewalt. So, holy smokes, he's got +3 weapon. Jeez Louise versus just +2. And he has +1 armor. Protoss is about to have +2 armor also. And if he's getting like shields, it's going to be 3-2-1 versus just 0-2. Again, not too sure how impactful those upgrades are going to be over just +2. But you got to imagine that that should at least give a pretty big benefit towards Dewalt. But his army comp just doesn't look that great. It's mostly goons. Whereas it's mostly zealots for OyAG, but he's got a lot of Archons mixed in here. There's no Storm, no Reavers, at least not from what I'm seeing. Yeah, it's like pure good. I think, okay, what's this? Templar drop? This could be massive. This could be the game swinging move that Dewalt needs. If it's a Templar drop, look how many probes there are. Was juicy, but doesn't get all the connections that he wanted. Really good, pullback from OyAG to limit losses. I think he lost about 10. So not catastrophic when you have 5 Nexuses, of course. Now, if this Archon completes and he can get some big hits on these probes, now that could be bad. Oh, is he going to throw hands on those probes? Oh, we almost got one. Oh, DT, that's the wall! Knocking down this base. But you see, the thing about this is, once this gets taken down, is this might trigger OyAG to see top right. But OyAG's now kind of lost momentum here. Supplies are very close, 185 to 185. Of course, army advantage still in favor of OyAG because of the lack of workers. But this is definitely what Dewalt needed to get back in this game. This Nexus is dead! He didn't have an observer. He's trying to drill. Oh my, he tried. Almost got it, but didn't. However, look at this. This drew the entire army to top right, like I said. Well, now this is awkward. Oh my gosh. Dewalt knows the entire army's top right, and he's just like, that's cute, bro. I'm just going to kill top middle. And now I know that everything's up here, so when you come out, I'm going to have high ground. Wow, this game is crazy. Top right got obliterated, but so is top middle. And like I said, Dewalt knows where the entire army is of OyAG. If he just swoops around here and just sits in an arc, like he's doing right now, that could be fantastic. A big storm. Lots of Archons. They can soak up some storm hits, but they can't soak up that many. 5 Archons leading the charge. Dewalt is trying to engage. Now remember, at top middle, there's a lot of his army up there. Reavers in the back, they need to shoot these Templars. The storms are insane. Absolutely crazy. Supplies have plummeted for Dewalt, for OyAG though, 149 to 95. However, swinging back is OyAG. He's trying to nullify that advantage. The Reavers are doing work. All that's really left over for Dewalt is Zealots. The Archons are doing work. I don't think the Reavers died. Holy smokes, went from 150 versus 95 to 110 to 90. What the hell? But the problem now is OyAG losing top middle. He just doesn't have money. He has 23 probes. These Reavers need to save the game. They've got to get like the biggest shots of all time. And that one did not have it. Oh, he can't avoid storms forever. The Reaver falls. Dewalt holding on for dear life with his 4th base. He doesn't have much stuff either. He's only got 90 supply, but OyAG only has 60. There's a probe attack at top right. I've seen it all. Well, it seems like OyAG is running out of steam here. I think this is the last-ditch effort from him. Like, this is all he's going to have. I think he can take down top right, but how's he going to deal with the middle right base? That's the issue for me. I don't think he can ever kill mid right. It looks like he may not even be able to kill top right, and he taps out GG. What a game that was. That was crazy. Very close for the majority of the game. Swung in OyAG's favor in the beginning, up what, like 10 to 20 supply. Then Dewalt had a big attack. He's up 20 supply. He's also expanding like a madman. I don't even know what happened in the fight where OyAG was up 50 supply. But really big slugfest. This is what you wanted to see in BSL between these two. OyAG's a top-notch player, but unfortunately, he's still going to be sent down into the losers bracket as Dewalt wins the series 2-0. So well done for him. OyAG, of course, not out of it just yet, but never want to be playing from the losers bracket, that's for sure. So, We are going to be going into our next game, or next series, I mean. It's going to be XiaoShuai versus BoA. So we've got ZVP this time. And even though I do like BoA, I think he's a good, PvT specialist. Protoss versus Zerg, even though a lot of pros that I watch, like Best, Bisu, Snow, even though somehow, they're amazing PvP, they're also amazing PvZ. But BoA versus XiaoShuai, he's a ZVP specialist. I feel like this is going to be a really hard order for him. XiaoShuai is also very dangerous. He does a lot of like I was saying, not necessarily all-ins, but aggressive plays. So I think if you're going to play versus XiaoShuai, you've got to have some timings that throw his builds off. If you let him dictate the game and you're always on the back foot, it doesn't matter how good you are. It's always going to be really rough, especially with it being ZVP. So, are we going into a break, or are we going into the next series? Oh, I got some good news. We're going to be going into a break while Guy joins Nye in the boost. So don't go anywhere. are back and coming in through Canada. He got called in. It's the big guy. What's up, guy?
It looks so weird without my green screen, man.
Yeah. You look
Look
like
at it.
Zordon from Power Rangers.
Who's Zordon? Oh my god.
gosh.
I don't actually believe
God.
you ever watched Power Rangers, dude.
I did. What do you mean?
Alright, fill me in, man. What would I miss? I just got back from dim sum with my family.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ate the best dim sum in Montreal, and now we went to TNT. Do you know what TNT is? I don't know if they have that in...
No.
Anyway, it's like a Chinese supermarket, like superstore, like a Costco, but like Asian, well, Chinese. And I got my mango royal drink here, right here.
Okay. Is that boba?
It's not boba, it's not tapioca, but it's like little pebbles of like, I don't know, they put the juice in it. Like you see, anyway, I'm not gonna put this in the, but it's really good, man.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, you should try this.
Well, next time I go to a TNT, which doesn't exist in the US, I'll have to try it. Maybe when I go to Montreal land, you'll take me, man. Right?
Are you coming to Montreal land?
I'm planning to.
Okay.
Do you think I'm gonna let some other Dan show me up when I'm not there? No, of course.
Who else is gonna take him down, man? You gotta take
who
him
else?
down like you did in Wait,
I
you did
lost-
take him down, did you?
I took him down, but then I lost a striker, and then he took down striker, right? So in the end, he got the final word. So, but as far as the BSL game so far, we just had Dewalt beat OyA 2-0. The last game was pretty wild, very back and forth, big macro PvP game. You know, don't see those all the time. So Dewalt looking as strong as ever, but OyA's macro was really on point. It's actually really good, actually. But we do have XiaoShuai versus BoA coming up next as EVP, as I stated. And you know, you're more familiar with BoA because you played with him a decent amount. But what do you think about his chances versus XiaoShuai?
Well, I'm kind of disappointed I didn't get to see OyA play, you know, because he hasn't been active as far as I know, but he's always really good. Dewalt, obviously, I mean, he's just so good now. BoA, BoA, I always think he has a high, like a very high top end, but I don't think he often plays at that. At his maximum potential is how I would put it. And obviously XiaoShuai is like, he's really good. There's no the three Chinese players in this tournament, obviously Mihu, XiaoShuai, and Janhun, like they're really strong players, man. They're about as good as all the top. I mean, they can, if they get the right brackets, they easily can get into round of 24 ASL, I think. So, and BoA, the dentist, the laptop gamer.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see a world where he wins, but I think percentage-wise, he's definitely not favored to take this one.
I think it is going to be very rough. And look at that win rate on Radeon. If there's ever a map to win on, this is it, right? 15% win rate for Zerg. However, there's only 7 games played. So let's get into game 1 between XiaoShuai and BoA. Okay, in the top right, in AKR, it's BoA.
And on the top left, the blue Zerg, XiaoShuai.
Well, you're just in time, Mihai.
Yeah.
You got an all Protoss and Zerg lineup, and I've heard you've got great intel into PvZ and PvP and ZVZ because I've been reading the YouTube comments. You got a ton of knowledge on this.
You've been reading the YouTube comments, man?
Yeah,
I feel like the YouTube comments have been... I've been getting it in there, man.
I know. It's like you've gotten a ton of comments.
I think it's really funny in the beginning, like the first couple casts we did, I think it seemed to me like the comments were really positive, and as time went on, I think People started railing into me, and it's great.
I know
I can't even tell. It's just I can't tell how I feel about it. Am I upset? Am I not? It's just it is what it is, man. Like I'm just polarizing. Dude. You're the baby face. I'm the heel. I've been looking at. I've been catching up on all the pro wrestling. You know those terms?
Yeah.
Baby face and heel. Heel is like the bad guy in wrestling, right? Like the like the Triple H or etc. And babyface. You're basically what I'm trying to say is, you're John Cena.
Yeah. Okay, I'll take that. And you're.
And I'm Roman Reigns.
Okay. I mean, you look like Roman Reigns also, right?
Oh yeah. Have you
Got
you
the
know
long
who
hair?
Roman Reigns is, dude?
I think I do, sort of.
Yeah, the
Long
bloodline,
hair?
man. Yeah, long hair. I gotta just grow my hair out. Now I can keep getting the homeless don't shower comments.
Homeless, yeah.
I've been showing those to my girlfriend, and every time she just starts laughing. It's.
I think
This
my
was a
favorite-
12 Nexus, man. I'm
Yeah.
just saying.
Yeah.
But
Well, this is what he needs in a game a game like versus XiaoShuai. You got to get something crazy going in your favor. Like he got as good of an opener as it could have been. It was a 12 hatch from XiaoShuai. He didn't know it because he's going to scout XiaoShuai last, and he's going to go cannon gate. Of course, you're going to have to do that when you don't know what the opponent is doing. Now, meanwhile, XiaoShuai, third hatch going down at the third base, and he's also got gas. Is it done? It's close to being done pretty soon.
yeah, this gas was real early, actually. Like, pre 250. I think he started at 245. So actually, the Zerg tech timing is going to be insane. But I mean, we saw 12 Nexus in ASL Nyoken.
In Protoss versus Zerg,
Yeah,
it's pretty good, isn't it?
I mean, it was insane. You get everything.
I know you can get everything.
It's like a 13 command center.
It's pretty wild. And actually, earlier this morning, I casted a game where it was a 12 Nexus Protoss versus Zerg, and this guy had a 4-gate at 5 minutes.
Huh.
4-gate at 5 minutes.
You're always
I mean,
casting, man. You casted
I'm not-
before casting BSL?
Yeah, I told Cruiser, I was like, Cruiser, we got to do it earlier today because BSL is going to overlap potentially.
So you're warmed up, man. I'm not even
warmed
near
up.
I didn't do my vocal training or whatever.
I think I permanently need vocal training, but I'm at least warmed up in PvZ. You know, I've seen a lot of games now. I know what's possible with the 12 Nexus.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Zergs, honestly, these days, they seem to be struggling in this matchup. I think the maps also this season, the ASL season, obviously the BSL seasons. Well, we don't have Troy, which is actually a really good PvZ map, but we saw the stats on Radeon. These maps are quite difficult for Zerg. And that's a lot of lings, actually.
Yeah, what's funny about those Radeon stats is the Zerg versus Protoss was 15% win rate, but the Zerg versus Terran was, what was it, 75% win rate or something? So it's kind of inverted in that sense. Well, what are we doing here? We're just walking. There's a one cannon. Yeah, Joshua saw it. What? Okay.
That's he even just walked past the Zealot. No speed though, so well he's gonna kill a lot of probes here. Obviously, it's terrible for Protoss. And actually, speed just finishes. He gets inside the main. What does BoA have in response? I mean, he's stopping the mining at the third base, but this is gonna be really difficult for Protoss to deal with.
Yeah, this is already, oh my gosh, devastating damage. That's what, like 7 probes now? He's got 6 probes not mining. Yeah, he's just gonna Ling Flood. I mean, that's what I would do also. This guy's got a Zealot over to the third base, so it's not helping. It's like, yeah, that's great, dude. You got a Zealot over here? Well, okay, I got Lings in your base. And then he's going into the natural. Again, there's so many Lings left over, he can backstab this cannon at the natural. Oh, there's not even a cannon. Autopylon.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at this, and it's not looking good for Protoss. The 2 Zealots get surrounded, and they go down. Okay, well...
That was good.
Yeah, still, though, I mean, look at XiaoShuai's money. He's rich. He has more Lings coming. Actually, this could backfire if these Lings don't flood in here, but BoA is not actually plugging his hole. Oh, but this is a good surround from Protoss.
Yeah, that's another good trade. He's been body blocking with the probes really well, but there's only so much you can do when you're microing, what, like 3 fronts? Back, the front, the left side, the probes, the zealots. This is going to get taken down. Also, by the way, XiaoShuai does have a Spire done, so if he goes mutas, the game's over. Okay. XiaoShuai is just always, he's baffling every time I watch. There's a double hatchery outside of his natural goodbye Corsair.
Yeah, well, with the mutas incoming as well. A momentary. Although, I mean, Zerg still has a big bank. I'm not sure what he's waiting for. He also has Larva. He has the Overlords. I think I mean, as long as he's not capping his Larva, it doesn't really matter, right? So, if the gateway is about to go down, there's no cannons behind this, and Protoss hasn't been mining for the past minute or so.
Yeah, it seems like XiaoShuai just wants to end the game. I think he's gonna he gets the gate. At any point, XiaoShuai could just transition into normal macro, which is what we're seeing now. He's finally realized, like, well, maybe this won't work, so I might as well just drone. I've got 5 hatches. I've got 6 hatches. You know how many drones you can build on 6 hatches? 1 billion. What is that? Okay, I thought he was morphing another lair.
Yeah, that's interesting. He actually could have pulled the trigger then and just made a bunch of mutas and followed up, but you see those 2 cannons. I think he spotted them by the Nexus, possibly, which dissuaded him from doing that, and instead he just made a bunch of drones. You know, Zerg flexibility is just so strong. And one thing I've noticed is XiaoShuai is not capping on his Larva. Like, he's pulling just enough, and then look at that, just 2 at each hatchery. Even when he was floating minerals, like, he wasn't capping the Larva. So actually very, very good play from him, and still making drones, now making 5 mutas, 6 mutas, so that's going to keep Protoss back. And I mean, BoA, from what was like a dream opening, turned into a nightmare pretty quickly.
Yeah, that gateway that's just finished is his only gate. He can't do anything. He can only sit here and just take it from Zerg. He can only defend. He has 1 Sair. He can't even build more because if it pops out, the Scourge are going to kill it. But here come those mutas. And what are you going to do against this? BoA, I mean, you're probably going to lose your Forge, maybe? Oh, maybe not, but either way, complete map control for XiaoShuai. XiaoShuai could take a 4th base, he could start pumping Hydras, he can do anything he wants.
Yeah, especially in ZVP, like, honestly, it's just a matter of time until this game goes Zerg's way. I can't see a situation where Protoss climbs out of this. I mean, he'd basically have to have like 50 Miracle Storms in a row or something. He's down 30, I mean 25 supply basically. That's massive in this matchup. He doesn't have his gates yet. He only has 1 gateway.
He can't build gates because they're going to get killed by the mutas. He can't build Scourge because they're going to get killed by the... can't build Corsairs because they're going to get killed by the Scourge. Okay, he got 1 out, but he needs like 3 more Corsairs to feel confident about putting gateways down.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Protoss, you're kind of just like crossing your fingers. Obviously, that was a massive Ling flood, and you know you did you opened with a 12 Nexus, so you're just kind of hoping that maybe Zerg doesn't have that much, but this is one of the games where actually Zerg has everything, and you're really far behind. It's hard to know. Obviously, all you can do is play on, but this is a really, really big deficit for BoA.
Yep, I think at this point, BoA is just thinking about game 2. What do I need to do differently? Well, I think really it was just you're out of position for a second.
Yeah.
And you're playing a guy that doesn't allow people to be out of position for a second. If Templar gets poked down, the mutas are going to die. He doesn't care about those mutas because what's coming up next is probably about 1,500 Hydralisks. There's about 25 of them right there. And this is most likely just going to end the game. Oh, is he stuck? Maybe there's some justice. Maybe he got stuck.
Yeah, I mean, they can definitely filter through there, but the pathing's not great. You know, I was looking at that Sim City. I've never seen this.
Never seen it either.
But, I mean, it's good, obviously, for defending, but obviously... Well.
Pros just got their +1 armor power spike. You think that's enough here? Look
He's
at that.
got a storm? Not yet.
15 seconds. Just need 15 seconds.
Yeah, this is
like there's one.
Okay, well, I mean, he has, well, you know.
There's just nothing he can do.
What can you do? That's unfortunate.
He could literally blanket every part of the army perfectly, and it still wouldn't matter. And XiaoShuai easily wins game 1. Like I said, it's just one of those where your zealots are out of position. He happened to have lings there. He knew you had 1 cannon.
Yeah.
And, well, you shouldn't have done that, and you got punished immediately. And now XiaoShuai, he's up 1-0. BoA, I don't think he's going to be able to get away with the 12 Nexus again. So that's kind of one of those games that you feel bad about letting it slip like that.
Yeah, those games where you have the perfect build order and you know you're supposed to kind of translate it into a win and it kind of slips away. It's just the worst feeling. And it's unfortunate because we saw those links pop at like such a random timing. There's so many of them, and you're thinking like, well, I was thinking, what are these links doing? But they went straight. It's so funny because they missed that one zealot too. They just went straight for BoA's nap. So XiaoShuai is actually really aggressive, especially like he's versus a 12 Nexus. Every larva counts.
Yeah, and a lot of times when players send out a zealot like that, they immediately have a probe and another zealot in position, or it's like just about to pop. So for him to not even care about that zealot was interesting. Also, I had mentioned like the Overlord sees everything, but actually the Overlord had already moved away. So I'm not sure what exactly he saw, if he was just poking and then like, oh look, there's nothing here, I'm in. But either way, we're going into game 2 in just a second. I don't really know what you want to pick as BoA. You don't want to pick Dark Origin, it's just historically good for Zerg. I don't know if you want to play a big map because, well, you're going to scout XiaoShuai last. You're not going to know what he's doing. I guess you can potentially go 12 Nexus. Apocalypse, I don't know. A lot of ASL players do really well on this map, and you can see that the map stats actually favor Protoss versus Zerg. But I feel like this is a pretty tough map in general. Let's see if BoA can transition this map into a victory as we get into game 2. Okay, in the top, we do have our red Protoss. It is BoA.
And in the bottom left, the blue Zerg XiaoShuai.
You had to get him. I saw him in the chat.
Yeah.
You just snipe him, get the...
Absolutely, man. I mean, what else do you want me to do, dude? The thing is, it's just... Like, I don't even care that much, but it's also just like, dude...
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. It gets old, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's...
Well, BoA? No. Oh! Okay, I thought maybe that probe was a little bit faster than usual, but not the case. Oh, Sunky! Thank you for the big tip, man. I appreciate that. Yesterday we also had a massive tip. And that money goes a long way to supporting the BSL. Also, consider becoming a Patreon supporter, you guys out there watching. As I mentioned yesterday, you want to know how the Big Jip took down Mihu on Vermeer like that? You want to know how Mihu crushed through those Zergs? You can get those replays by becoming a Patreon supporter.
You know how Mihu came back and smacked?
Well, some of those moves were, annoying to say the least.
Next time.
But, can happen. Yeah, next time.
Yeah.
All that means is that just means it's a rubber match next time in the best of 3. You guys are tied 1-1.
Yeah. These Chinese players, man, they're very good, dude. It's very hard to play against them. Yeah. So I'm not jealous of BoA having to play against XiaoShuai here, and he's a bit up against the ropes. Last game he had the perfect opener and didn't really go his way. So that can be a bit unsettling, of course, but could have just been the jitters in game 2. BoA, he's not really he doesn't strike me as a tilting player, like an emotional player. But this time around, Forge Cannon, he sees this is a 9 pool.
Yeah, patch coming down. I was waiting to see if XiaoShuai was going to get gas at any point, but doesn't rush the gas. And last game he kind of had a in-between type gas, but then transitioned it into a lot of hatches really quick. I wonder if he'll do something similar here. Will he even get gas? There goes the third drone, or the drone to build the third hatch. I think this was a double cannon opener from BoA because he saw it was a 9 pool. So this is pretty much the go-to follow-up when you open Forge like this.
Yeah, I like how XiaoShuai, the mind games are always really interesting, I feel like, in these series play, because, of course, BoA opened 12 Nexus, and you don't expect them to do it twice, but XiaoShuai immediately goes for that 9 pool just to cover it. And especially in this matchup, I think when you open 9 pool as Zerg, you're very confident. You know, it really kind of limits... I think in perfect play, right, especially with the Forge expand, it's a comfortable position for Protoss. But when you feel like you're the better player, it really limits what Protoss is doing. So taking that small disadvantage to just, kind of check your opponent if they're doing something crazy, especially after the first game, I think it shows XiaoShuai is definitely a confident player.
We do have in BoA's base, I saw immediate Zealot. I didn't see a Cybernetics, and that is a Hydra Den. So XiaoShuai saying, you know what? I can play the macro. I can play the 3-hatch all in potentially. Wonder if it will be a 9-7-3 or if this is just going to be genuinely an all in. For now, the Overlord sees everything. He desperately needs to get something with this probe, whether he confirms speed or sees the drone count or something that can potentially get him a read here. But the Lynx have done a good job to push it back, and he doesn't see anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think not quite sure of the specifics of PVZ, ZVP, but I think when you open 9 pool into a Forge expand, makes a lot of sense to go for this 9-7-3 because the 9 pool is very it's not that economical, right? And if you try and match tech, like the Forge tech is so fast, the Cyber Core comes up so fast, and you can't get your gas too early as Zerg because you're on such a low drone count. So I think, especially with the early Lings denying the scouting, but BoA, you can see he's adjusted, like double Zealot timing at this point in time. It really kind of puts a wrench into the Hydralisk production, but he's actually going to pull back. So maybe he thinks Zerg's actually teching?
He doesn't have any intel, so if he runs out and there's speedlings, I mean, he just loses all of them for free. So I think it's, he moved out saying like, oh, I'm going to attack, so you better build something. And, well, that something that he's building is Hydralisk. And he's just going to go about his build as usual. I guess one saving grace is BoA at least already has double cannon, so at least it's more than one, which I see happen sometimes when they're facing a 9-7-3. So he will have a little bit additional DPS, but he's in big time trouble because the attack is coming.
Yeah, honestly, if he just committed with those 2 Zealots, it would have been massive. Like you mentioned, Nyoken, you can't know. Like, you don't want to give them away for free, but if he actually just pushed in and knew Hydras were there, like, I mean, he's only going to see it now, but the Hydras are already out of his doorstep, and XiaoShuai went speed, but the SimCity is really nice from BoA. It's impossible for these Hydras to come in on top of the cannons without range, with the Gate Forge in front. So BoA still has time to warp in more cannons.
Yep, maybe not. Maybe this won't actually be a killing move. XiaoShuai is committing though. He's built a lot of Hydralisk here. What is this? 12 maybe, something like that. He's continuing to send more. I see the drone.
This is massive.
Oh yeah,
that's the only Overlord he has.
Oh yeah, and, where's the DT?
Well, the Templar Archives is finished. The cannons are about to warp. The back 2 cannons, actually. I think BoA's going to hold this. That was a sick probe drill. Buys enough time. He has triple cannon here behind the Gate Forge. It's hard to just, run up to that. But BoA, he's not making DTs. He committed 2 Corsairs to kill the Overlord. Instead, he queues up a Templar.
He didn't build a DT at all, and now he only has 1 gate. So now he makes a decision: am I canceling the Templar and building a DT, which is going to hurt? But behind this, XiaoShuai is just powering. He's now starting to build drones up. There's a really good hold from BoA, but he's not mining it. Okay, he's going to actually jump on this. This feels like suicide, but he does get 2 of the cannons. Wow, he forced out an additional cannon also.
Damn, that's crazy. I was looking at that, 5 cannons, but Nyoken, don't forget, those are Hydras. They ain't Marines.
Yeah, they're not Marines.
Even tanks, I feel like, wouldn't bust that.
No. Well, there's the DT, finally.
Nice. Yeah, I think he canceled that Templar. Well, this is really good for BoA. He survived. And, I think the tail end of that, where XiaoShuai pounced on those 4 cannons and he picked up, or the 5 cannons, and he picked up a couple probes, kind of put him back into this game a bit. But I think if you're Protoss, you're happy with this.
I think I agree with that. I think Protoss is feeling like he's in a good, in an okay spot, but actually I don't think Protoss is in a great spot at all because the drone count is still big. It's like 31, 33 to 35. BoA is someone that plays low probe count, so you know I could actually see him not building any more probes after this. And he's going to go into double forge. I think that's the correct response. He's going into 4 gate, but there's no timing window for him anymore. He doesn't have any units that can actually attack. So XiaoShuai is just going to continue to power. He's got 6 hatch coming. He's got his own +1 weapon coming. He's in a really good... Look at that drone count at the natural.
Yeah. I mean, Zerg, they, you know, luckily this is a replay, so we do get to see the worker count. Zerg still wants to drone up to 45 around on the 6 hatch, so... But, I mean, his 6 hatch is already there. The one thing that's missing for Zerg is the Spire, so... And Protoss barely spent any gas on Corsairs, which means, you know, once BoA gets all his gateways up and running, he's going to have a massive 2-bay, like, you know, big Dragoon Templar army, more so than usual.
Yeah, he can definitely prioritize just building Templars for now, but the Spire is on the way. It's like halfway done, and there's going to be a Dark Archon. I'm actually kind of surprised to see that, but this will allow Maelstrom to be on the field, and it will be very strong if there is a Muta switch at any point. But actually, it's not going to be Mutas because it's going to be very fast Lurkers, actually, from XiaoShuai.
Yeah. I mean, even before the Spire went down, he queued up the Lurker upgrade. And, I mean... I am worrying for BoA because his gateway flood was definitely late. And he needs to start pumping those goons out.
Yeah, goons are like 30 seconds to build, and you gotta get rain, and then of course you can't attack with just 4 goons, you gotta have critical mass, so it's gonna be like 2 minutes or so before BoA actually makes a move. Also, he may be waiting for +1 to kick in before he makes a move, which is also a long ways away. The Corsairs do spot drone going to bottom right. He at least is going to know that XiaoShuai is playing a little bit greedy here, trying to take a 4th base, but supplies are even. Like, XiaoShuai can do this. Like, he's not under any threat, and of course with the Lurkers. I mean, how are you going to attack into Lurkers?
Yeah. I mean, it's not looking the best for Protoss. But, yeah, does get that Dark Archon, actually, with all that, excess gas and with the 2 DTs from the opening, so this makes a lot of sense. It's going to deter any possible Muta switch. And the only thing is, only now he gets... Nyoken, I think these Zealots, they're just kind of worthless, man. I think he should have just went straight into Dragoons. He has the resources for it, and these Zealots, they can't really pressure anything. So all this production cycle, kind of a missed opportunity. He could have at least, you know, half his goon count out?
Well, we'll see. I mean, he's going to have like 16 goons, I think, is going to be the magic number. I mean, yeah, he could have attacked now, I guess, maybe, but it still would have been higher and it would have been hard to make work anyways. I am happy that he has 4 Templars banking a lot of energy. So they're going to have like double Storm available, comboed with Maelstrom. I mean, that's a lot of AoE damage. BoA's... Okay, he was up 15 supply a moment ago, now it's pretty much even. He's got a good worker count, 47. He could consider just sitting on his high ground and taking a 3rd base, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, I think there's no other choice. There's no timing here. Look, Zerg's up to 55 drones, 4 base. This is like dream economy for Zerg. You can't get much bigger than this in this matchup. And his supply and the position on the high ground is going to make it near impossible for Protoss to push in. So... And likewise, I mean, Protoss is going to take a fast-ish 3rd base. I mean, 11 minutes in, that's good timing. He can also increase his probe count, probably, but I think BoA is just going to go for this attack. He'll see there's too much resistance, though.
Yeah, oh, that was a good Maelstrom. The Observer dies, though, but he at least kills some. He actually got some good connection with the Storm. Really good connection.
Oh my god, he's just pushing up here, Nyoken. This is the most BoA move I've ever seen. And he's making it work.
He did push up a little bit, but there's still so much Zerg here. Like, he killed half of the Lurkers, but there's still a lot behind it. The Storms were really good. Is there any energy left over? The Dark Archon should be close to having another Maelstrom available, but okay, there it is. The Lings and the Hydras overwhelm. I'm kind of laughing at these Lings not having speed 12 minutes into the game, getting a Templar kill. The Dark Archon cannot lose it. Oh, is there a storm?
No, but there's Protoss units. That's good enough. I mean, I think that attack from BoA was pretty good, but he needed to just pull back after trading those Zealots, and he overstayed his welcome. That was really impressive, actually, because I think most Protoss players will look at that and be like, no, sir, I'm out of here. But BoA pushed in, and he found some sick storms.
He did have some good storms, but now Zerg held. Zerg built more drones during all that. He's up to 60 workers now. He's got Hive coming. He's got another hatch coming. He's got his 4th base coming. He also has double evolution chamber. We're going to probably see some Ling up, actually triple evolution. Look at how many hatches there are. There's like 10 hatch, 11 hatch production for XiaoShuai right now.
Yeah, this guy's macro is nuts. And he's got 60 drones. I mean, just... You're never going to see a Zerg more rich than this. I mean, I would assume his Hive is coming at some point. Yeah, even this Hive is... I don't know. It looks relatively early. Not like super early, but he's going to be able to get adrenal glands. He'll be able to get all his upgrades to level 3. I mean, and where's BoA going, man? Where's his army? It's out in Africa.
It's completely
it's going all the way into Neo-Arachnoid, man. We're on Arachnoid, I mean. We're on Apocalypse, and his units are on Arachnoid.
Well, his units were so out of position that these Hydras and Lings might be able to kill the Nexus. Yeah, if he just focuses it down. Well, the Hydras aren't focusing it down, so it's not going to get taken down. I don't think. Well, I guess
plus
it will.
2 Hydras, man. Tear down the buildings. That was a massive win for Zerg. That was nothing. He didn't even commit any lurkers there.
Yeah, he lost none of his key units. I did notice that Protoss does have a 2-2 power spike, and now that you've lost your 3rd base, and you know that the Zerg's on 4 base, I think you just got to send everything. Like, you're not transitioning out of this. Also, Zerg's about to have Hive. You just got to go for the Hail Mary. You've got your power spike. Why not try it? He also kept all of his Templars alive. He has got a decent amount of goons. Maybe he can loop around and kill this 4th base. But this is what I was thinking he was going to do the first time. But the thing is having played XiaoShuai before, what XiaoShuai is most likely going to do is, oh, you moved everything over here? Well, that's nice. I'm just going to counter you, and you're going to die. So that's what I'm expecting him to do. We'll see if that's what he actually does.
Well, BoA's going to push here. He does have a couple Templar that get sniped on the left side, but most of his army's on the right side. Some good storms connect. The 3 lurkers. Actually, does keep the... Oh, the observers died! In a matter of seconds. I was going to say he keeps them alive, but they just go down, and that completely stops this push. Adrenal gland is online. Look how these Lings just tear through this Nexus. Now, luckily for BoA, it's +0 Lings, but it doesn't matter. Look at that DPS. He does save it.
Well, that actually went better for BoA than I thought. You know, I thought he was just going to get completely countered. And okay, there we go. The lurker swoop around, gets a ton of the goons. Almost all that's left are Zealots. And at this point, I think if you're BoA here, you've just got to accept the reality. And the reality is, get your bingo card out. The Zealots and goons cannot contest these lurkers. You're facing 4 base Zerg that's on Hive. Yeah, the bingo card, there it is. Where's the in the middle? Right in the middle.
Yeah, but does that count? Because you said it.
Oh, that's right.
Does that mean I have to say it?
Yeah, you have to say it.
Well, I won't say it just yet. But it seems like this game's not good for BoA. I think Protoss is... he's on the ropes.
Well, lurkers... He's not even burrowing, man. He's just like, I'm not in... Oh my gosh, it almost takes up the entire screen. Did he overstep? I don't think so. Even if he has storms, the remaining army is just Zealots. Look how fast they die. He doesn't even care.
I mean, he has 50 hatches too, and you just rally Lings at this point. Protoss is so poor in terms of supply, really. I mean, he's not poor in terms of his economy, but we all know Protoss units, they definitely don't build as fast as Zerg units, so you gotta keep them alive. And here, I mean, it's just gonna snowball. XiaoShuai with a dominating performance, I think, in the series. He's gonna go up 2-0 shortly.
He should be on the brink of winning here in just a moment. He's got a massive army at his rally point just waiting. This army is cut off. He's gonna engage here. Actually, a lot of the lurkers shot the goons, so Well, I was gonna say some of the Zelts survived, but not really. And this isn't even this amount of units coming isn't even half the army of XiaoShuai. He's just sending in piecemeal. Yeah, there's the real army.
Well, it's a lot of lurkers morphing. Oh, he even has a defiler here with this army. And that's gonna put an end to this Nexus. And yeah,
Dark
man.
Swarm. Well, I don't think the Dark Swarm can be stopped. No Templar energy available. No, oh my gosh, look at the line of blue. He's had enough. Just send it.
Yeah. Here comes the finisher. Fat pedigree in the middle of the ring.
Yeah, when you see the orange blob at your natural or third base, that's the signal to get out of my game. You're not stopping it. I don't think any race can stop it. Not Zerg, not Terran, not Protoss. It's
the
just
worst feeling.
Yeah, once it's there, it's over. They're just invincible, man. And XiaoShuai, you knew he was going to be a killer in this group with all Protosses, and so far he's delivering.
Yeah, I mean, he, especially that second game, I think he kind of showed his class there a bit. In the first game, you could say maybe it was a bit of a fluke with the Lings just running in randomly, but the second game, especially from a 9-pull opening, and then, you know, he didn't bust with the 973, but he did enough damage and just kind of ran away with the game.
Yeah, there was no point in that game where you thought BoA had a command of the game. He was on the back foot the whole time. You know, at best he was even maybe, but even then, wasn't really even because his worker count was like basically even with XiaoShuai, which is never good for Protoss. You know, I was waiting to see if he could maybe sneak in a DT. I feel like that could be a way back in the game, but that never happened. But BoA's not out of it yet. Of course, he's waiting in the losers match, but guess what? You went from playing an all-star Zerg to now being rewarded with playing an all-star Protoss in the bottom side, which I'm sure he's not happy about either.
Yeah, I mean, this group is just getting started. We've got some sick matches coming up. Are we gonna go straight into this next series, or are we gonna? We can go straight into it. I don't think there's. Yeah. I mean, Nyoken, do you need a break? Do you need a? You know, I can cover for you, man.
You can cover.
Have you been solo casting this the first series basically, or was Zero helping you?
I was solo casting it.
I was solo casting. Well. You're the people's caster, dude.
Apparently,
you're the StarCraft workhorse, man. You're out here, man.
I was out here, man. I was warmed up from the StarCast cast earlier this morning. Like, I knew what to expect. I didn't have to theorize what to expect in our PvP. But look at this. We've got Dewalt versus XiaoShuai. This is, of course, what everybody wanted to see today. I feel like we've seen XiaoShuai versus Dewalt, whether it was in show matches or something. And I think they were really close, but I think XiaoShuai won. I can't remember exactly. I'd have to go to the Wikipedia page to see that.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's a lot of show matches involving the Chinese players and Dewalt with the Koreans. Of course, they have really good lane seer there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they've played before, and I would imagine it's very close. I think this is gonna be the same story here. I'm really excited for this game. Actually, this could also be like a finals caliber game. So
yeah, it could. And I'm actually looking them up on Wikipedia right now. It seemed like in BSL18, XiaoShuai was better in Dewalt versus the titled top Chinese player. XiaoShuai won 3-1. But in season 17, Dewalt won 3-1. And then this year in 2024, close series 4-3 over XiaoShuai and also 2-1 over XiaoShuai. So, you know, very, very close overall. Yeah. Overall game score is 14-13. It cannot get any closer than that. So this should be pretty epic.
Yeah. Well, map is going to be Vermeer. And, I mean, what better map to start on? So let's get into it, guys. The replay is loaded up. Gamers have gamed, but now we are ready. Let's get into it.
Okay, in the top left, our Protoss. It is Dewalt.
And then top right, the blue Zerg, XiaoShuai. Now, you know what XiaoShuai means?
Well, okay. So I played Lineage, right? And there's a lot of Chinese players that played Lineage, and I came to find out that Shuai means cool. So I'm gonna say XiaoShuai means I'm cool. I don't know what the first part means.
I guess it could be cool. But apparently, it's like cool guy or like pretty boy.
Okay, well I was close then.
Yeah. And Mihu, as far as I think Mihu means like weird, and Janhun is like means like fighting spirit or something like that.
Okay,
Yeah.
interesting to know that. You know what my actual Lineage character was named after I found out that Shuai was cool? I named him Shuai Boy.
You're so white, dude.
Yeah, you like that name?
When was this?
Oh, when I was in college, so like, I don't know, 15 years ago. You know, a lot of the Chinese players that I played with like really liked Michael Jackson, so they would name their characters like Jack Boy, Jacker, Michael Jack Boy, and I was like, well, I'll just make mine Shuai Boy, right? That's what I did.
I'm very proud of you, man.
I knew you would.
I just hope you never change.
Yeah, I love trolling. I love when you face palm, especially.
But the thing is, you're like Eskia. You don't really. It's like it's not intentional trolling. It's just how you are.
Oh.
Does that count as trolling?
I guess it doesn't. Eskia's in the chat. He appreciated the joke. Well,
he's really happy we name dropped him.
I know he is, man. He's always here watching. So we've got what is this? I think it was an
Overpool.
An overpool versus 9 gate. I don't remember the probe going back. And Dewalt. Okay, yeah, Zelt's out of position, so we need to get back. And is he gonna get greedy here? No, he is. Nexus. Is there a gap there between the pylon and the gate?
Between the pylon and the gate, there is a gap.
Yeah.
That's a hole. Oh, I actually thought you really convinced me with that one, man. You really sounded serious. I'm like, dude, is this guy?
Oh my gosh! So massive
you can
gap
fit
there.
You can fit a big fucking.
Yeah. Actually, I thought this was going to be a little harder to defend than it actually was, but I guess I didn't realize it's only 3 lings. So this was a good response from Dewalt. No need to build a forge if, the guy's only going to send 3 lings at you. And he held it really easily. So this so far really hasn't done anything. XiaoShuai, again, putting down his 3rd base. There's the forge. And I feel like Dewalt's in a good... Actually, did he sneak out a Zealot that went undetected?
Yeah, that one Zealot move out is really good, actually, but he is going to pull it back. And that's one of the perks, opening gate first into Overpool is... It's very hard for the Overpool player to put on pressure. I mean, even if they go 6 lings, like, it doesn't really force a forge. You can just... As long as you continuously pump Zealots out of your first gateway, you have more than enough production to hold. Of course, if it's a 9 pool, then that's different. Because the lings come earlier and, the tempo is a bit in the Zerg's favor. That's why you usually see a forge going down, because the gateway can also get killed. But I mean, the probe scouted the 4 lings, and Dewalt's playing this beautifully so far. Just super stable opening for Protoss, and that's what you want in this matchup.
I was wondering where that gas was going because I kept looking at it. I'm like, dude, you've got 100. Now you've got 200. There's no lair, there's no speed. And he's actually he already got speed. I guess I didn't notice that. But it's actually going to be a Hydrogen. So once again, he's going to be putting on a lot of pressure here. The probe did get pushed out of the main, and he's been taken down. I guess he does see speed, but we got 5 Zealots on the move.
Yeah, this is a sick move out from Dewalt, actually.
He's supply blocked also.
Oh, this is what you see a lot in, whenever you watch PvZ, you really want Protoss to use those Zealots, especially if they're making them early from the first gate, right? Like, as Protoss, if you're producing Zealots out of your first gate, they gotta pressure. You don't want to just sit there, because otherwise, why even make those Zealots? Just tech faster, get a faster second gate. Dewalt did not commit there. Unbeknownst to him, I think had he committed, like you were mentioning, Nyoken, XiaoShuai was experiencing a bit of a supply block. He could have gone into the Nat and gone into a really scary position. So I think showing XiaoShuai a bit too much respect there, but also playing the safe route and just pulling his zealots back after pressuring. And I mean, he forced a lot of lings here, so they did do their job.
Well, this is a lot of lings for XiaoShuai. If he ends up actually going for a Hydra bust, he's going to have a lot of Zerglings to tank those Zealots and tank those cannon shots. But he did build a couple of drones. Okay, here we go. Finally building some Hydralisk. And the Corsair's not out just yet. So just like in the BoA game, Dewalt doesn't know that Hydras are on the way. He's got a really fast Citadel. So he will be able to get his Templar Archive or, get speed real quick and flood gates. We'll see what he wants to opt into. He's got a preemptive second cannon. I think that's smart. Maybe even a preemptive third cannon.
Dewalt's second gas, yeah, that's a fast second gate. Actually, his second gas is super late, so I don't think he can afford a Templar Archives. Probably started the speed blots. And, well, that's a lot of Zealots, so this also puts a clock on the Hydras, but the Hydras can put on a lot of pressure, too. They can kind of start whittling away the Zealot count, the Zealot health. And, I mean, if he kills his Gateway, of course, Dewalt has a lot of Zealots right now, but if the Gateway goes down and it's 1 gate production against 3 hatch Hydra, I mean, this could get scary for Protoss.
Yeah, the Corsair's trying to get a read on what's the drone count. Is this guy all in? Is he, actually transitioning into a macro game? Well, actually, the answer is kind of in between because more Hydras are being pumped out. There's no lair, but there is a 4th hatch. I don't know about this. I think he doesn't know about the lings. Yeah, if he knew that there were this many lings, he would not have gone out. But this triggers the attack from XiaoShuai. There are so many Hydras here. One of the cannon dies immediately. A great probe drill, again, just like BoA, but one of the cannons has not been taken down. It's racking up so much damage. Really clutch.
This is so close. There's just so many Zealots, and the probes do push the Hydras away, but this is exactly what I was talking about. All of a sudden, 1 gate only for Protoss, and this is 3 hatch Hydra. Not enough cannons behind this. Dewalt did not see this coming, and that's going to be it. I mean, this is ZVP. It's so close. The probes do get a lot of damage. Second cannon does finish. I think inside of Dewalt's main, he actually has 3 gates, and crucially, I think he saved the Forge and +1 finished actually on his Zealot, so maybe there's a sliver of hope here for Protoss. I mean, Zerg's massively all in.
Well, Zerg is all in right now, but Zerg does have 4 hatches, and critically, even though XiaoShuai didn't end the game with this attack, look at this. Probes aren't really mining the natural. It was 42 probes, by the way, for Dewalt. Now it's 30, so he's killed, tons of workers, and if he does 1 cycle of drones out of all of his hatches, all of a sudden he's even in worker count. So it's not like he has to win here. And he's going to go for it, though. Probes and Zealots still continuing to hold the line. 5 cannons, that's a lot. I think XiaoShuai should consider backing off, but he smells blood. Zealot trying to save the day.
I don't know. I mean, with 3 gates, if he's just pumping Zealots out of all of them, I think he's going to survive this, especially with 4 cannons, and he has the upgrades on the Zealots. Okay, well, this production round's a bit delayed. This one timing, though, from Zerg is massive. Only 3 Zealots to hold the line. The 2 cannons in the front do get sniped. 2 more cannons alive. And actually, look at that +1 damage from the Zealots, just completely eradicating these Hydras in conjunction with the probes. I mean, he's barely holding, but I think Dewalt's held this.
He's barely gonna hold, at least for now, but in the main, okay, yeah, the Forge finally completed, so he can start building up his cannon count. But the probe count has been decimated down to 28. He's still continuing to build some, so he's recovering his econ, but it's 5 hatch. Okay, there we go. That's what I was waiting for. Finally, some drone cycles. The Corsair, I guess, technically saw it, but did he really see it? So even though this doesn't end the game, XiaoShuai is still fine. So now it looks like we're going to actually drone up a little bit, but Dewalt has 7 Zealots. He's going to have 10 in a moment, and maybe this, yep, there he goes. This is the time to move out.
I mean, with 3 gates, like, the Protoss's production, and crucially, the +1. Like, +1 is insane. It definitely helps with killing all these Hydras. And 3 gates can put on so much pressure. It'll be hard for Zerg to both drone and make enough Hydras to contest the Zealots here. And Dewalt also has that 1 Corsair racking up Overlord kills. That's super annoying for Zerg. I think XiaoShuai, well, I think he's up to 5 hatches now, so Zerg can definitely stabilize. We can maybe get into a longer game here, but Protoss has a window here to put on some pressure.
Yeah, the Corsair got 2 Overlords. It almost puts XiaoShuai in his supply block. I think, yeah, I was about to say, I think XiaoShuai should consider building a sunken at both of his bases. There's only 3 gates, so, you know, it's not like an insane amount of macro potential for Dewalt here. So if you can sack a drone at each base, you know, you're not going to die to Zealots anymore. You can start droning up yourself. And that 3 gates is all of a sudden turning into 7 gates. Zerg is now transitioned fully. He's got +1 weapon coming. Probably has Lair coming. Oh, Lair's already done, so it's going to be a Spire follow-up.
This is so annoying for Zerg, though. He has to keep making units, has to keep making Hydras to survive. We all know Zerg wants to get into 6 hatch right now, get into 45 drones. This kind of economy for Zerg is basically all in. Like, usually if you're making Hydras at this point, you want to go and pressure the front, but that's not going to be able to happen here. Dewalt already has all his gates up. He's up to 7 gates at this point. And he's got Templar Archives out. He has his Forge upgrading +1 armor, most likely, yeah. He's really far ahead, honestly. Zerg is in a lot of trouble.
Protoss recovered really well. He's got his upgrades coming in. +1 armor's about to be done. He's got the probe count that he needs. And, you know, while all that attacking was happening with the Hydras, Dewalt was still mining gas at his natural. He's got so much gas, he can afford to build 1 billion goons. He can afford to build 1 million Templars. DT has snuck out onto the field, or I take that back, I guess he didn't. He's just going to rack up a Hydra kill. Maybe get a second one.
Yeah, punch him down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Zealots are like, it's like, oh, you're trying to run? Time for a meet and greet. Meet these fists.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to... I can't one-up you on that one.
We broke him again.
Yeah,
well, we've got a Muta switch. Now, remember, Dewalt saw the Spire. But, okay, he thinks that that Mutas could be coming. But Dark Archon's on the way, but it's kind of late. Like, he needs another minute to have energy for Maelstrom. I saw that a Templar has, you know, kind of mixed in with the probe line. That'll be hard to detect in the main. So maybe a Juicy Storm could nullify those Mutas.
Yeah, I mean... Well, he does have a cannon and, like you mentioned, the Templar there, so... He should be fine, though, if Zerg Mutas... They can be insane, right? So we'll have to keep an eye on that, but still, Dewalt is putting on so much pressure. Finally, XiaoShuai does complete droning. He is at 47 drones. He's got 6 hatches. Oh, the one DT, though, on the side.
Oh, and he didn't notice.
That's so funny.
He didn't notice. But now he notices, of course.
Oh my god, that's so tilting.
Yeah, that sucks. At the same time, Mutas were harassing the main, so of course Dewalt had to manage 2 things at once. But good hold from XiaoShuai, takes limited damage there. DT didn't really rack up much kills, and now we've got supplies really close. It's 99 to 90. Generally, I would think Zerg is favorable in this position, but based on how much firepower this Protoss army has with the Maelstrom and the Storms and, you know, the 8-gate production, still like Protoss a little bit better here. But he needs to get his 3rd Nexus up if he's going to, you know, not commit to an all-in, because XiaoShuai is going into a 4th base.
Yeah, I mean, that trade was just so bad from Dewalt. Like, the Zealots, he just committed all those Zealots, but didn't really trade them efficiently. And now, I mean, this is still a good spot for Protoss because he has all his upgrades. He has, I mean, he's got a Dark Archon, Templars as well, and now he's starting to rack up the goon count. Okay, these 5 units trying to find some damage, but cannons all over the place. It's by no means over, and I think still Protoss is kind of in control somewhat of this game. He is expanding to the 3rd base, but I think Zerg kind of bounced back from that disadvantageous position with that trade against the Zealots.
Well, Protoss does have high ground advantage here, at least for now, but Zerg is moving. Oh my gosh, he's going to try and engage? Dude, this is high ground. Did he... there's so much Storm. Also, there's the Maelstrom. The Storms are really good. The Maelstrom, it's okay, but the Storms are just hitting everything. From all angles, they're hitting everything. And look at what it was even. Now it's a 30 supply lead for Protoss.
Yeah, look at the Dewalt, man. He's playing like he has smart cast, dude. Just casting everything perfectly everywhere. And again, I mean, this Protoss army is massive. It's huge. It's a lot of goons. And that attack was a bit premature from XiaoShuai. I mean, the other part in this matchup as well is if Zerg can get that cruise control lurker contain, and they have to play back like this and, you know, kind of play defensively. That's not what Zerg wants in this meta. They want to be aggressive. They want to be pushing the third Nexus timing. They want to be having Hydras all over the place. When Protoss is already in front with all these units and kind of they have this big wall, it really, I mean, it's just so hard to play Zerg in this position.
Well, XiaoShuai's got this huge army that's been undetected, sharking around, trying to find the angle, but so far he's not even posturing like he wants to counterattack. I'm not sure what this is intending to do. Okay, now finally here he comes. Maybe he's trying to hit the third base while the units are too far forward, counter the natural. I don't know. That's a great Maelstrom. It's a lot of the Hydras, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's countering, but this is 8-gate production, man. I mean, the Zealots are going to buy a lot of time. Maybe he's trying to draw the units back so he can hit the third base, but the third base is so close to the natural. I don't know how that's going to work.
Clean defense by Dewalt. See how he leaves Goon squad at the ramp, at the high ground, and then retreats back. I mean, this guy's got like 3 control groups, 2.5 control groups of goons. Like, it's such an incredible army, and his upgrades are insane as well. You know, Dewalt's going to be looking again. It's hard to push here though as Dewalt, because if you take your whole army and go to the Nat, and then XiaoShuai just counters, you know, on the left side, kills that base, possibly counters into your Nat, it can turn into, you know, 100% one game into like a base race situation where probably still Protoss comes out ahead, but it's not so comfortable. So Dewalt's still taking his time, and now, look, he's got a 6 setup here defensively, and he's putting on pressure.
Yeah, this could be actually the killing move here, because Dewalt's saying you're not passing this high ground, dude. That's not happening. His 4th base is dead. And what Dewalt has done this game is what I don't see a lot of, you know, foreign Protoss players do, is they're sitting on 45 probes. A lot of pro level play, they do this exact thing. They have 45 probes. That's it. They have a maxed out army. It's unkillable. You can't touch it. And at this point, now that he's up 50 supply, 60 supply, there's no coming back from this. This is just going to be Dewalt taking game 1 over XiaoShuai. And this was a really close game, very back and forth. There it is.
Yeah, sick play there from Dewalt. Super clean, super solid. At no point did it seem... Well, that's not true. Actually, that bust was really close.
Yeah, the recovery was really good. I thought for sure XiaoShuai was at an advantage. I'm like looking at the probe count. I'm like, didn't I just see this versus BoA? Didn't I just see 20 drones versus 30 probes? And then I look at the screen 30 seconds later and it's even workers. But yeah, it was a little bit more production for Dewalt because, you know, unlike the BoA game, BoA had, what, 1 gate? That was it. Dewalt could actually do something with his Zealots where he could say, like, no, you can't just power up, get back to even. So it was a clutch move there. Really well done from Dewalt because it definitely could have gone either way. So now he's 1 game away for making it into the round of 8.
Yeah, XiaoShuai up against the ropes there, and I think Dewalt really played super well. Super dominating there. And he's going to be feeling good going into this. Of course, XiaoShuai, this is going to be his map pick. And I'm curious to see what he thinks. I mean, Dark Origin, obviously, Zerg Haven. You got to think maybe Dewalt banned that out, or maybe... I mean, I think Dewalt's played that, what's it called? Lobotomy map. So maybe he didn't ban Lobotomy and ban Dark Origin or something.
Yeah, probably. I mean, that's what I would ban.
Oh. No.
Okay, or not.
There you go.
Well, let's get into game 2. Can Dewalt close it out, or are we going to get into a tied series if XiaoShuai can strike back here? Okay, in the top left, our Zerg. It is XiaoShuai.
And in the bottom right, the red Protoss, Dewalt TV. Now, yeah, I got nothing to say to you either.
Yeah, well, I was just trying to think, like, what do I think Dewalt's going to open here? I think you got to know what XiaoShuai is doing.
Aren't you a Terran player, though? Like, do you really know anything about this matchup?
My bad. I should not make any guess. I should just let the players play and just call it as it is. So we'll see what Dewalt opens with. Also, XiaoShuai, At least
I
this
mean,
game
make
is
sure to
an
not
eyeball.
over criticize them. I mean, you're an observer, you know, you're a caster, you can see everything.
That's true. I don't have Fog of War.
Yeah.
So it is actually an overpool here.
I'm not the only one reading the comments.
Well, overpool is this was the same thing as first game, right?
Yeah.
I think it is.
And this looks like well, it's gonna be a forge, not 12 mechs. Okay, that was scary.
Okay, forge. I'm actually kind of surprised that this is a forge. I thought that this would most likely be a gateway, either 9 or 10 gate. You know, kind of evaluate, get some intel on this guy. But forge opener, most likely just gonna be one cannon expand. And Dewalt sending the probe across the map. He's okay. Gonna miss that drone, so gonna be the natural taken at the third base.
Yeah, it goes straight there. Very smart play from XiaoShuai, anticipating the probe blocking his net. Doesn't want to deal at all with that. And super safe opener, but honestly, I think Dewalt opening Forge Expand here, he's going to be really happy.
I think so also. He gets away with the Nexus. How many lings is it going to be? Because remember, in the first game, it was just 4, and then he only sent 3. Okay, it's just 4 again. Most of the time I see just 4, but I actually just recently casted a game the guy built 2, and I was just very thrown off. I was like, well, why did I even have a pool if there's only 2? The guy didn't even build any defense. I think he went straight cybernetics. I was just like, yeah, that seems like the expected answer. We do have actually third hatch going down, of course, and XiaoShuai actually building gas again really quickly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is you got to have a fast gas here as Zerg if you want to match. You see only 9 drones. Forge Expand has such an insane core timing because basically you're just not making zealots. So as Zerg, you have to get that, what is it, like 240, 245 gas or something like that to be close to matching the tech. Because otherwise, like Stargate comes out, kills all your overlords, and you're dead. The probe does go down relatively early, though, I would say, especially against 4 lings. And this is going to create a bit of an ambiguity here. Of course, we see that XiaoShuai is pulling his gas. He's going to start his lair. But, to Dewalt's eyes, because he does have that fog of war, this could be a Hydra Den.
Definitely could be, especially after the only other game we saw of XiaoShuai was versus BoA, and that was also Hydra Den play. So Dewalt needs to be on his guard. Like you said, the cybernetics is very, very quick. It's already done, or it's about to be done. Stargate is going to be coming down. Yeah, it's already coming down. So he's gonna 100% get that overlord. He may even be able to get 2.
Yeah, and it feels bad. Dewalt has to send another probe here. And sometimes, when you're in this position against Zerg, you kind of don't even want to scout again, because sometimes Zerg will be on the ball and they'll just intercept the scout as it comes out, and you're like, why did I even send this out? But luckily for Dewalt, XiaoShuai, his lings were in the main. Of course, he's hiding the ramp, which is basically all you need to do as Zerg. The Hydra Den could be in the main, and you have no way of knowing. The 2 more lings here come to start harassing the probe. And now Dewalt, well, the one thing he's getting information with this probe is the ling count. He sees the drone count, so he knows, and he also sees it's not ling speed. So he knows it's safe to push with these zealots, and these zealots are actually going to give him a lot of information.
Yep, ling speed. Oh, I thought it just kicked in, but not the case. There is 8 lings right now versus just 2 zealots, and now Hydra play is obviously just off the table. It's no way that wow, that's a fast Hydra Den. Is it going to be lurkers? You know what,
Nyoken, like, not just that, but XiaoShuai actually he did not get speed. And that's really weird, as if you're scouting this as Protoss, because usually when they go lair they get speed. When they go Hydra Den, they don't get speed, even though these days they often get speed with both. But it's just creating a lot of ambiguity. It doesn't really matter though. Dewalt gets the Sair, and the probe got him a lot of information. Actually, XiaoShuai made so many links to deal with these 2 zealots, and we saw this last game on Vermeer where he kind of overmade the lings.
The lings definitely didn't get what they were looking for. the Overlord is going to die to this single Corsair. Now, I'm still not convinced that this is going to be a bust, but it was Hydra speed, which is surprising to me. Unless it's going to be Hydra... Well, I guess it could be a bust, right? You're getting the lair for Overlord speed, and then you just want to go for the, complete Mega All-In... Not Mega All-In, but, the big 5-hatch bust here.
Yeah, he's losing so many Overlords, and, I mean, look at his economy. Like, it's awful. 25 drones right now. Protoss is at 40 probes. This game went south, and I'm not even sure what happened.
I don't think really much... Oh my gosh, there's no Overlord at the third base. And the Corsair's going to see that you don't have an Overlord at the third base. Okay, thankfully, that egg is an Overlord. But there's only 2 Hydras. Based on what I saw last game... Okay, well, he's just going to kill it. I was going to say, based on what I saw last game, the DT will just straight up fight it 2v1. He doesn't even care. And we're in here. See ya. You're gone. You're gone. You too.
Yeah, man, he's playing black and white. He's just clicking those guys down. That's really unfortunate for XiaoShuai. A bit of a heartbreaker because honestly, he looked really strong in all the games up till now. But this one, just something went wrong in his build order, and it just it snowballed. I haven't seen a ZBP snowball this fast since I was playing it on ladder.
Indeed, and behind this, Dewalt's already started ramping up his gateway count. He's up to 4. I think, of course, XiaoShuai is going to try and play this out, but he's at a massive deficit. I think he can maybe withstand the Zealot Templar attack, but once the goons come, I'm not too sure about that. I think that's going to be the attack that breaks the camel's back. He's going to go into Spire. In previous BSLs, we've seen some games where XiaoShuai is behind, and then he makes magic happen with the mutas, where he's going to need to channel that type of play here. But the Sairs are already going to spot the Spire.
Yeah, it's really weird because, we saw his gas timing was so early, and you would anticipate that Zerg is comfortable enough with the Spire timing, with that kind of lair timing, to not make this 4-hatch Hydra Den lair, which is obviously a build. I mean, it's you can play this way, but yeah, I really am not sure what went wrong for XiaoShuai. Of course, the game's not over; they're still playing, but it can't be understated that Zerg is definitely at a bit of a disadvantage here going into the mid-game.
And Dewalt has all the probes he needs at 48. He doesn't have as many gateways as I was expecting there to be. I think it's 6, which is, obviously still fine. But I was expecting... Okay, there we go. There's a 7th one. Maybe 8th one. Yeah, 8 gate. It's all 8 gate, baby. So this is going to be a lot of goons being pumped out in just a moment. Look how there's no speed. He's just been prioritizing his gateways. Oh, he's doing what he's been talking about, going +1 armor first.
Dewalt, you mean?
Yeah.
Makes sense. Especially if you're not going for the Zealot timing. Like, he doesn't have speed. Maybe this is a new... Oh no, he just got speed. I mean, that's interesting. Of course, the +1 armor is better against the Hydras. That's the whole point of the armor meta. But the not having the +1 weapons kind of hurts against Lynx. But that wasn't his strategy, right? Like, he's just powering here.
Yeah. The strategy is the 10 and the 11-minute timing. He doesn't care about the 7-minute timing. He's just waiting for his +2 power spike or +2 armor power spike. Because when he has that, he's going to nullify the +1 weapon. Now, this is what I was talking about. Those mutas.
Oh my god!
They do die, but he gets 4 Templars for that. Now, that was a big investment. Let's not get that twisted. Like, he lost 8 mutas there. That's 800. But that was really good. He needed that.
That was. I mean, I think as Zerg, you'll take that any day of the week. Reset the Templar count. That was a big investment for sure. But supply-wise, he's pretty much where he was before anyway. And when you kill the 4 Templar that have been banking up energy, like I think those Templar each had 2 storms. Like, you can have a nice supply advantage, but these Hydras are just super efficient. So that was unfortunate for Dewalt. I guess he just wasn't looking, because he could have stormed those mutas before they got in, but he only got the last storm in. So just like that, kind of puts Protoss on the defensive here.
Yeah, so the thing is yes, Protoss lost their Templars, but Zerg lost a lot of gas, you know, a lot of mutas, and that makes me think that maybe there's no lurkers, and if there's no lurkers, even if there's no storm, can Protoss win the fight versus just pure Hydra? Well, we're getting our answer so far. It looks like the answer is no.
Yeah, the Hydras are the most insane unit in the game in this matchup when there's no storm checking them. Look at this, man! They're just obliterating the Protoss units! Finally, the two storms come up, but the first one was a whip, the second one was dodged, actually. And XiaoShuai somehow, he's finding some insane value.
And this was the timing that Dewalt was banking on. Like, this was the whole strategy. Get 2-1, hit him with the timing, and XiaoShuai's like, no, that's not the strategy. The strategy is me denying the third base. You do not get past the bridges. And by the time Dewalt actually gets up a real army now, the Zerg is going to have +2 weapon. Like, they're going to be able to nullify the +2 armor. Look at, he's just winning the game, and behind this, XiaoShuai has a 4th base.
I can't believe what I just watched. That was the most 100 to 0 I've ever seen. How does that even happen? Like, just like 2 seconds ago, Zerg what looked like an unwinnable game state. Snipes a couple Templars, then A moves the Hydras, and that's it.
And now, like, he has nothing other than goons, and you gotta have support with the goons. Goons are great when they have something to buffer for them, but without the buffer, well, this Forge is dead, so +3, +2 is out the window now. Behind this, like I said, XiaoShuai has a 4th base, so that's up and running. Now he's bought enough time to definitely be able to go into lurkers if he wants. He's even droning. He's got 7 hatch. He's going for a Muta switch because he knows this guy lost all of his Sares, lost a lot of the goons. The only way he can contest the Hydras is if he gets Templars. Instead, XiaoShuai's going for it.
Well, I mean, he's just feeling himself. That was nasty, though. Like, just... Of course, that's a pretty standard timing against the third Nexus. You know, 11 minutes. Zerg coming in, trying to bust that third. And without the Templar there, I mean, despite the fact that Protoss still had a slight supply lead, it doesn't matter because Hydras are better than anything Protoss can make out of the gateways when there's no storm. So, you can never fight. You just can never fight against Zerg without storm. Like, that's it.
Zealot's gonna deny the 4th base. They're gonna get the hatch, I think. This is just trying to draw the attention away so that he can get out of his natural. DT, it's there, but it's not really doing much. Now it's finally getting some swipes in. It picks off a Templar and then just backs off. The Zealots did not... They did kill the hatch. So they're gonna run into the natural, or the 3rd base now.
Yeah, well, Dewalt is fighting back. Killing that 4th base was actually massive, and it reset the huge advantage Zerg had. I think if Zerg stabilized in this position with the 4th base intact and just droned it up, went 55 drones, there is no way Protoss was coming back, but seeing that that's no longer an option, I mean, he's got a lot of gateways. The problem for Protoss is, without this, 14 minutes is pretty much as late as you could possibly take your 3rd base, and that means his main's gonna run dry in about 3 minutes from now. And he still doesn't have that big Templar bank, and he has no gas left.
That's the main issue, is he's gas starved. So if he wants to build Corsairs, he's got to, balance. Well, I can't build Templar here, but he needs the Corsairs to deal with the mutas. Like, he has 2 Corsairs. That's just not okay, and this is what I was waiting for. This is the killing move right here, the Lurker Contain. Dewalt now knows that he has to attack right now. He's got to get out. The Storm doesn't even get casted. I don't think that has enough energy. He's just doing what he can. He cast it on top of some Hydras and the Lurkers, but the Lurkers and the Hydras are just going to kill everything now. Dewalt's mined out in his main in just a second.
That's, XiaoShuai's just dancing the mutas, killing the obs with them as well, and well, that's going to be it. What was basically, I mean, yeah, Protoss was really far ahead this game. There's no denying it. And Dewalt kind of just, I mean, XiaoShuai had a sick move there with the mutas sniping the 4 Templar. And then Dewalt, I think, was feeling still confident enough to take his 3rd base, but without the storm, like, XiaoShuai found a nice timing and somehow brought it back. But that was like, he was grasping at straws, and somehow he pulled out the longest one.
That was literally the only chance he had in this game. There it is, GG. XiaoShuai, he brings it back to 1-1 score, and we've got a series. It really did look like Dewalt was just going to run away with it, but not the case.
That's a tilter, man. I mean, luckily, I think Dewalt, you know, he's a very big mental fortitude gamer, but you know, you're thinking about that game, and I mean, maybe playing the game out as Protoss, you don't realize how far ahead you are, but that was a 1 game, man. Like that was pretty much like as good of a position that you could ever get, and losing like that, it can be a big momentum changer in a series.
Indeed it can. Can't let games slip versus players of XiaoShuai's caliber, but at least Dewalt will now have his map pick. We saw BoA pick Apocalypse last time, had a good win rate for Protoss versus Zerg, so maybe he'll just go with that also.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, there's still good maps for Protoss in the map pool, and well,
we still got Radion, man. That's the 15% win rate Zerg map.
Yeah. I mean, I'm guessing
there
it's
it
that,
is.
Right? Yeah, that's 7 games, dude. 15%. All right, well, let's get into it, guys. Rubber match here between Dewalt and XiaoShuai to see who goes first and out of this group and into the round of 8.
So in the top right, tying it up, we got XiaoShuai.
And Dewalt, bottom right.
Well, they got a new Lineage game coming out.
Oh,
Jesus. You gonna play it with me? I'll make Shuai Boy. You can make...
Did you play that Lineage game on the phone?
No.
Oh.
No.
I feel like
Lineage
that would have
mobile?
been right up your alley. Aren't you a phone gamer?
Yeah, I'm definitely a phone gamer.
Didn't you play Diablo Immortal?
Yeah, I spent 100k on Diablo Immortal too.
I was playing Diablo Immortal for a bit, man. That was pretty fun. On the phone.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Phone games are pretty lit, man.
How the heck do you play on a phone? How do you control anything?
It's actually really good.
Even the controls are good?
The controls are good, it's just that it's a phone game, so like the way they designed it is absolutely poo. It's like unethical, you know? But like honestly, gaming on a phone is pretty lit. If you have a nice phone.
Maybe
No, the controls are crazy. Like it's very responsive and stuff. Like no joke. I'm not joking. I mean, I was trolling you about it, obviously, but it's also not as bad as you would think. What makes it bad is like, you know, the monetization, whatever. But
yeah, the monetization.
Like
was
Diablo Immortal is pretty sick. I played that Lineage game when it came, like the phone one, and that was an awful game. It had like an auto quest thing too.
I like how you mentioned that, because what I will say about Lineage Mobile is the company that made it, NCSoft, well, they clearly know their audience, because having played Lineage, at least 50% of the player base just botted. And so if they implement an auto quest feature, that's right up their alley. Just implemented the botting feature into the game.
Yeah, just you don't need the bot. It's the most bot.
They know their audience. Like I said, when I saw it, I'm like, yep, that looks like they learned their lesson about bots.
Are you talking about Lineage 3 though? Like that's the new game? You've been like sending me, but it's like not even a Lineage game. It's like a totally different kind of game.
Well, it's called Throne and Liberty. The beta is coming out pretty soon. I registered, my Lineage friend registered. You know, Rhett registered, of course. He was the guy who messaged me about it.
Yeah. Yeah, but you told me to play Lost Ark and then you never played.
I did play for like about a day.
You were like the most like Lost Ark stan I've ever seen.
Because it looked amazing.
It came out and I was playing and you watched me play and you didn't even play. Remember that? We were on Discord?
I don't remember.
I was playing whatever, dude. I just can't believe you baited me on that one. You were like weren't you like trying to get into like the Korean client and stuff like that?
I don't remember.
Yeah, convenient.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, this was a Forge opener. This time it was 9 pool from XiaoShuai, and he's still gone into 3 hatch as a follow-up, but his gas is way later than it was last game. Meanwhile, of course, Dewalt's build is slightly slower than last game because he opened double cannon in response, but it's going to be immediate cybernetics for him. Well, I think it's going to be immediate cybernetics.
Well, about as immediate as you can get with the double cannon.
Oh, he went
Actually,
oh!
Ooh, okay. Double gate.
See, I should have taken your advice. Not try and guess what Protoss is doing and just have Dewalt show me what he's going to do.
You think Dewalt's got Fog of War in his own base? He doesn't know what he's doing?
Yeah, he might.
He has to scout his own base. His buildings don't reveal vision.
Well, I'm not sure how this strategy is actually going to work out, because I think this is going to be the first time I've seen a 2-gate run into 3-hatch Hydra.
You know what this looks like? This looks like that that ASL game, the mini game.
This is definitely a mini type of build.
The mini game, dude, we literally just casted this a couple days ago. Troy on Troy. This game 2, right? And he had like this insane like 6-minute +1 timing, no speed. But that was against the Lair build, I think. Not against whatever. XiaoShuai's got a Hydra Den down? Yeah. I don't think this is going to be good for Protoss.
Yeah, it's definitely not versus a Hydra play. And the Overlord's going to come in here and see the Cybernetics is late. And that means that XiaoShuai is going to be starting to build Hydras pretty soon. I mean, he's probably already building Hydras anyways, because we're approaching that number, you know, around the 22 drone mark where Hydras start getting pumped out anyways. But remember last game, there weren't that many Lings, and there aren't that many Lings here. So the Zealots are going to try and do something about this third base.
So there's a lot of pressure actually at this point in time. And Zerg, when they're 973, well, they're trying to get to 973 drones. Like, it's still a lot of droning to do, and whenever you have to make a couple links, it just feels bad. And 4 Zealots hitting this hatchery, there's nothing here to contest them, so I think this hatchery might actually go down. First Hydra goes down too, and he sees his Hydra, so he knows it's 973. He's going to target the egg, actually, which is a really good play as well. Behind this is warping in the Stargate. I don't think that's going to really help him, but it could.
I actually thought once he saw the Hydra list that it might be like straight Citadel, but he's decided Stargate is still the way to play. Behind this, you know, actually, I don't think Zerg took that much damage. Okay, well now he's losing multiple Hydras and the drones are still not mining. I thought he might have transferred them to the natural, but he didn't do that. And this hatch is going to live, but that was good damage from Dewalt.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think +1 was just about to kick in for Protoss, and he didn't get it. Yeah, well, it's still a ways away, so... But Dewalt will have full scouting information. Actually, the Corsair is still... I mean, it's obviously always a good unit to get, because it can snipe any kind of Overlords. It's going to kill this Overlord, and there's no actual second Overlord for XiaoShuai, so... Dewalt, if he ever gets a Templar Archives, he can maybe get DTs out to push this away. And we'll see. I mean, he's going to hold, but how much damage can these Hydras do?
I don't think this is going to do very much. I think that most likely XiaoShuai, especially since he's supply blocked, is just going to power. Like, he knows, like, this timing cut into his speed timing. He's going to have a little bit of time to start powering up. Actually, Dewalt, no gas at his natural, so he's committed to this. He's maybe also guessing that XiaoShuai will power, and maybe he can catch him with some Zealots.
This was actually really good for Dewalt. The 2-gate, I mean, if he waited any longer with the Zealots, then they would have been too late. So he pushed at the right time, and I think this has given him a massive edge this game, because look at how stable he is at his front door. You know, we saw this on Vermeer, and Dewalt, the problem on Vermeer for Dewalt was that the Hydra timing was super early, so he actually lost all his Zealots. Well, he traded his Zealots before, you know, speed kicked in. But this time around, he's going to have +1. He's going to have speed on his Zealots before they need to fight. He's going to be able to put on an enormous amount of pressure.
He saw drones being produced also, and he didn't lose his Forge, which is critical. That means he's going to go into his +1 armor now, which is already almost a quarter of the way done. He's still got his additional gate at the natural, and he's got 3 more coming. Meanwhile, XiaoShuai is powering like a madman. Look at that SimCity. He's got 6 hatches, Evolution Chamber, Sunken, Hydra Den. Oh, but he's not waiting at all, and this is the opportunity that Dewalt was looking for. You powered too hard, man, and now it's time to get punished.
Yeah, this is gonna be a sick timing here for Dewalt. So many zealots. No sunken to add damage. Okay, a couple of Dewalt's zealots are getting stuck on the low ground, or at least they're not, you know, joining the fight there. So XiaoShuai is gonna hold, but that does stifle his economy. Again, XiaoShuai has to make a lot of Hydras here to stay alive. Lair is nowhere near being, well, I mean, it's on the way, but there's no Spire. And again, Dewalt's going to be able to save a lot of gas. He's going to be able to get into Dark Archons, like, you know, the Dark Archon build or whatever. Oh, yeah, that's not how I want to call it. He's going to be able to make a Dark Archon at some point here and get into Goons and Templars.
A bit unlucky with Dewalt's attack because at the natural there was like 2 Hydras and that's it. So he went to the more fortified base that allowed XiaoShuai to hold this DT. Again, gets multiple Hydra kills. He's gonna get a 3rd Hydra.
Yeah, I mean, XiaoShuai though, like, he has 6 hatches, he has his drone count, so definitely not out of this game by any means. He's got full economy, and now his Spire is actually on the way. So really looking at it now, I mean, it looked pretty comfortable for Protoss. Protoss, when they have all these Zealots, they usually have a decent supply lead, but, well, the reality is, these Zealots, they're not the most amazing power for supply.
Indeed, they are not. You know, I was looking at, you know, seeing that Spire come down and thinking back to the Dark Origin game, how when XiaoShuai was in the process of building his Spire, he didn't make any moves with his Hydras until it was complete, or until Muse were actually up in the field. I was thinking maybe Dewalt could go for a 3rd base, but instead he's just going to try and engage with Zealots, but they are not. He must have hit his +1 armor. Oh, he didn't hit his +1 armor. His +1 armor should be close to finishing, but he went before it completed. And the Hydras, yeah, look at it, it just completed now.
Yeah, but I can't, you know, you can't blame Dewalt for going for that. That's about as good of a trade as you're going to get for those Zealots. And they can't, well, you know, if you keep them alive, they can maybe dance around this map. That's the one use for the Zealots, is if you keep them alive, and Zerg tries to go for a contain, you can have a Zealot pressure out on the map, possibly denying this 4th base, maybe. But at the same time, you know, the longer you keep those Zealots, the more Hydras there are, the less efficient their trade is going to become. So I can understand Dewalt going for that trade there. I think it's about as good as you're going to get for those Zealots. And now behind it, he's going to make a lot of Goons. But at the same time, well, XiaoShuai is going to get ready for this contain. Oh my god.
Look at how tanky that Lurker is. He got hit 4 times before dying, by the way. This DT at mid-right is going to get taken down. I am getting worried that Dewalt is lower than, or just barely ahead of supply of XiaoShuai. There's still no 3rd base, whereas XiaoShuai is taking a 4th base. Dewalt has a lot of production capability, of course. He's got 8 gate, but his gas is really struggling, and his comp is still mostly Zealots.
Yeah, one thing that's actually hurting Dewalt is his 2nd gas was so late. He delayed it quite a bit to get the cannon. It makes sense, you know, he delayed it quite a bit, get the cannons out, get those Zealots out. But now that the game played out the way that it did, you're kind of looking at this as Protoss and you're thinking it's a bit of a missed opportunity not having stockpiled that gas earlier. But one of the reasons this map is really good for Protoss is this 3-base setup, and the 3rd base has a gas. So if he takes his gas immediately, starts mining it, he can definitely come back and catch up to where he should have been had he taken his 2nd gas on time.
I don't know about this move. All the Lurkers are actually in the center, so they are out of position, and XiaoShuai is scrambling to get into position. However, the choke is really tiny here. He gets across the bridge. Oh, great storm! The Lurkers are clumped up right now. This base is actually going to die, I think, and this is the move that Dewalt really needed. The Lurkers are isolated also away from the Hydras. He didn't send his entire army here. He thought he could hold it.
Yeah, completely out of position, and honestly, I think it was a bit of a missed opportunity from XiaoShuai. I don't understand why he didn't go, at least try to go for that contain. His Hydras sat on his side of the map, and for Zerg, it's just so hard to play this matchup if you don't have that tempo lead, you know, if you don't have your units outside of Protoss's main, or natural when they're pushing out. Like, if you're just in a defensive position like this, especially on this map, it's so hard to defend all over the place. So Dewalt kind of running away with it at this point when it looked to me like it was a pretty even game.
Now it's 3 base versus 3 base. The Dewalt supply is shot up quite a bit. We've got Hive on the way. There's actually no mutas built at any point in this game. I thought that we were going to see some Templar Knights. Now, how much energy does the Templars have left? Because he did use a lot. I'm going to guess maybe like 2 storms remaining.
He's trying to morph an Archon, but those Templars did not cooperate. And Dewalt's going to go for this fight. He does have good upgrades, but at the same time, he only has one. He has no storms left, actually, so it's all Goon versus Hydras. With the proper upgrades, you know, these Goons can't take this fight. Look at how much they're tanking. That's why you want that armor upgrade. But without Storm, I think Zerg's going to be okay.
Oh, that Templar still doesn't have energy. He's just hanging around, but gets taken out. Dewalt is sending reinforcements, but they're not in time for this initial fight. The first lurker dies, and actually that DT is doing so much damage. Just every time I look, I'm like, there must be an Overlord somewhere, right, to take him out, but he doesn't. Yeah, and a lot of them are Hydras.
Yeah, well, who needs Storm when you can just have DTs outputting DPS? I mean, if Zealots had DPS, that would be you never need to make Storm ever again. What if the DTs were as tanky as the Zealots? And as fast?
Yeah, imagine a 40 damage unit running at you as fast as a Zealot, and they just one-shot, you know, all the basic units in the game, the Zergling, the Marine. I guess if you get stemmed as a Firebat, you're also getting one-shotted.
This hurts for Zerg. And especially because he lost that 4th base. If he had the 4th base running this whole time, he'd be in a really good spot. And look at how hard it is for him to defend. He has to defend like up where he is, but then he also has to defend to the right side here, and Dewalt's abusing this every time.
Well, the Hive power spike is about to kick in, and Dewalt put down some more gates, but his main is going to be mined out in a second. His natural is going to be mined out in a second. If he's going to support that many gates, he needs to start thinking about getting bottom middle. And as I say that, it looks like a probe went over. Yep, probe's already over there, positioning for this. And now XiaoShuai knows that he's got to do something. If he can't get a 4th base, he's got to at least say to Protoss, well, you can't have one either. But he's not able to get past Protoss' army in the center.
Yeah, I mean, this is really looking unwinnable for Zerg, but... That being said, I mean, the Dark Origin game kind of looked unwinnable, but we're past that 11-minute power spike Zerg has, you know, against the 3rd base. Protoss has been mining on 3 base forever. Everything is secure. You know, you can't have a group of mutas just kill every single Templar. So I just don't know. I mean, XiaoShuai, I think his only option here is to just split the map and play defensively, maybe get into the Filer tech and just play a long, drawn-out game and hope he outmanages Protoss. But Dewalt, honestly, his late-game PvZ is absolutely stellar.
All Zealot engagement here. This is... not sure exactly what that was going to do. Maybe he wants to hit somewhere else. I actually thought he was going to hit the 4th base at the same time, but instead, he's just going to reinforce his position. I guess he saw that there's no lurkers here, and hello, if there's no lurkers, maybe I can just pounce on it. The lurkers are all here. Where are the Templars? Again, you can't win a fight versus Hive Tech without any Templars. Lings have upgrades also. There's so many goons. Protoss is almost on +3 armor.
What's sick is actually Dewalt went for +2 weapons, so... He somehow anticipated that Zerg was going for this this Hive play, and he went up weapon upgrades instead, which is going to help him in dealing with his lings. With these lings, if he just makes Zealot Templar, he has a really good response to the fast crack.
Yeah, but there's the cloud, man. You can't get past the cloud. There's a decent amount of Storm, not a lot. 3 Templars left over. And like I said, Hive upgrades have kicked in. Zerglings have upgrades, so they're going to be hitting really hard. Protoss is up 50 supply with a low probe count. So this is a massive army. But again, I still think he needs to do something about that 4th base at mid-right. I think top left is way too far away. It leaves you vulnerable to a counterattack. But he could consider about taking out top right, because it's completely open right now.
Yeah, top right, you want to deal with that. You know, just send a couple, like 12 Zealots there, one of your gateway and macro cycles, just rally it there, put some pressure on there. But it is hard for Protoss in this state to shift his entire army to mid-right, because if he does that, suddenly his 4th base is wide open, and you can't really hold it reliably with Cannon Templar when there's defilers out on the map and crackling. So you can kind of understand why Protoss is now playing very defensively, or at least sitting his entire army on the middle of the map. Plague is finished, and now, well, this is where Zerg maybe can try and crawl back, but that's a big deficit. That's 60 supply.
He didn't get that Defiler. It was so close to being taken down. It had one shot, but doesn't end up dying. And Dewalt, even though he's up 50 supply, if you look at his comp, he can't pass through Lurker Fields with the Dark Swarm unless he can blanket them with storms like that. That Defiler with the 1 health, so critical here. There's a big chunk of Lurkers right there that he wants. Oh, there's actually nothing under the Dark Swarm.
That's a lot of goons. Dark Swarm does get cast again, but not enough Storm. They do connect. Actually, Dewalt does not storm those eggs either, so they're going to finish morphing. And somehow XiaoShuai is going to survive here. Lings get on top of all these Protoss units. The one downside to getting the upgrades that Dewalt did is usually you have a bunch of armor upgrades to deal with the Ling melee upgrades. Like he could have probably been +3 by now. And then these, you know, cracklings wouldn't be doing that much damage, but instead, okay, he's going the snow route. He's going to have, well, actually he's going to have +3 weapons soon, so. I don't know, Nyoken. Protoss is kind of getting pushed back.
Yeah, I think XiaoShuai has gotten himself back in this game. He's got top left up and running, mid right is up and running. The comp from Protoss is not the greatest anymore. There's not a lot of Storm. There's not a lot of key units like the Archon. The Goons are still existing, but he's not able to deal with these Lings very effectively. And Zerg really got massive econ. He's got like 11 hatch or something crazy right now. Protoss is still up 50 supply, but every time I look at the army, I'm like, where's the supply? Where is all that supply going into? His army looks kind of small.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Dewalt slowed down a bit too much. Like, when he was playing in the middle of the map with his entire army, he should have been expanding to the bottom left. Like, there's no reason not to. But instead, he opted, well, he just didn't. And now he's kind of running out of steam. He's only on 2 base, while Zerg has continuously expanded. That's the one glaring mistake I'm seeing with Dewalt's play this game. Of course, he's harassing beautifully, he's attacking beautifully, but he desperately needs to keep expanding if he wants to stay competitive. Still, though, he has 60 supply lead. Like, he's putting a lot of pressure. But look at how his entire army is top left.
Yeah, the entire army's top left, and look at this. This is going to trigger the counterattack from Zerg, but these are fortified. Oh yeah, where's the Dark Swarm? He plagued instead. He needs a Dark Swarm. Okay, the army is tiny, so I don't think that this is going to be enough. But like you were saying, the 4th base, vulnerable. If there's a Dark Swarm, which it looks like there's going to be because of how slow that certain unit is moving across the map. Yeah, that one right there.
Oh, but can he catch the Defiler? Storm whiffs massively and actually just goes for the Plague instead. And, well, this attack, it did absolutely nothing. Well, I don't think it would have done anything. That's like 2 Templar there with 5 cannons.
This attack is still alive at the top somehow. Oh, the Templar? Downtown Storm? No.
That would have been massive, actually. And Dewalt, well, floating in money, so still can pump out a lot of units, but you cannot lose time as Protoss in this situation because it can snowball instantly. Dewalt, though, does have shuttle speed, and his harassment is on point. Like, he's killing a lot of drones. And that really, of course, Zerg can deal with that, but it stifles into their production, right? They gotta get 1 macro cycle of workers back, and it slows the Zerg down, gives Protoss more time to stay on the map, but he needs to get a 5th base, man.
He does need to get a 5th base. With all the action happening, you can see both players kind of floating a bit of money there, because there's just so much back and forth. This time around, it's not just a Storm drop, bro. You gotta actually have units to fight. There's gonna be a Reaver drop, and this is the move that I was expecting to see a little bit earlier. He pops the Lurker. This base is now completely open. Now you've got a real army to deal with, Link. You've got Reaver, you've got Archon, you've got +3 weapons Zealots. The Storm was immaculate right there. The Reavers need to help the army, though. Storms are insane. Do they end? So many Zerglings. So many Zerglings just died.
Protoss, that's a Protoss wet dream right there. Whenever Zerg has to scramble to defend, you know they're walking straight into the Storm, and it doesn't get better than that. Double shuttle in the main now. All of this tech is wide open. Well, the Evo chambers I don't think matter too much. Maybe Zerg already has maxed out upgrades, but the Filer Mound is going to be annoying to lose. Spawning Pool is going to be annoying to lose. The Hydrogen is going to be annoying to lose, and he has nothing to deal with double Reaver here, so that's going to take up a lot of time. Even though they will go down at some point, you know, Dewalt, he's already positioning out on the middle of the map. He's going to pressure somewhere else. But still, Dewalt hasn't... What is he doing, man? We've got to expand.
He does need another base. He does have the Reaver damage upgrade, by the way, so they're hitting really hard. His army is just so huge. Like you said, I hope he takes another base because he can only survive off of this for so long. Like his third base should be getting close to mined out. The Defiler Mound died, the spawning pool died, the Hive is still alive, so the Defiler Mound can be rebuilt. I think there's finally... No, that's a shuttle going over towards the left side. This Reaver's still alive. How's it possible?
Yeah, I mean, it's so hectic. You know, he's trying to... Dewalt pouring all of his attention into attacking, into trying to break the Zerg here and now. But, you know... Okay, the storm's going to be massive, dude. Oh, no?
That was a really good response. But look at this. XiaoShuai setting up for a massive counterattack on the third base. But unbeknownst to him is this base is almost gone. And there's a lot of storm and a lot of cannons. And the Reaver... The Reaver in the main is still alive, by the way.
Oh, I think this isn't going to work, actually. Protoss is set up beautifully here. And finally, Dewalt, he feels like he has the time to go bottom left. And that's going to secure him the game, basically, once he gets this bottom left going. Maybe perfectly calculated by him. Didn't want to spend any units to bottom left. Didn't want to lose any tempo out on the map. And now that he's in a winning position, well, he's going to secure it by expanding there finally. And it's so hard for Zerg to do anything about it at this point. Shuttles running around left, right, and center.
It's 2 more drones. All of the drones are at top left, and that's exactly where the shuttle's going. He intercepts this drone transfer. It looks like Dewalt has done it. He's up 70 supply. Oh my gosh, that's not where you want to go.
Man, XiaoShuai was playing out of his mind to bring this back. And he was expanding, and it looked like he might have held, but the counterattacks just didn't go his way. He had the opportunity to go 6 o'clock. He had the opportunity to maybe go to bottom right here. Okay, well, he's going to cancel the 5th base, but I think the massive army at XiaoShuai's top left is going to be the game-ending punch here from Dewalt.
Yeah, this army looks unstoppable, especially if he gets a shuttle over here with Reaver, which it looks like it's on the way. I can see that thing speeding across the map. There he is. And this should be the killing blow. Supplies have plummeted for XiaoShuai. He's getting more than doubled. He's getting over 100 supply deficit. Oh my god, see you later, drones. Goodbye.
Yeah, that was... And that's going to be it, man. Dewalt, he's going to take it 2-1 against XiaoShuai. And honestly, the series was pretty epic. I think XiaoShuai was up against the ropes quite a number of times, but somehow, well, he managed to bring it back in that Dark Origin game, and even here on Radeon, almost brought it back, but Dewalt just playing really well and holding on to it.
This is the last stand of XiaoShuai probes. Well, they got melted, some of them, but storms for days.
I mean, XiaoShuai knows that Dewalt doesn't have a 5th base, you know? Like, that's why he's still trying. Like, just praying that Protoss has absolutely nothing left, but unbeknownst to him, I mean, Dewalt's got 3k minerals, 1k gas.
Yeah, and he's maxed.
Yeah.
Versus 28. There it is. Well, that series really delivered. You knew it was going to be good when you have players of that caliber facing off versus each other, especially since they're basically 50-50 since 2023. So Dewalt, he does make it through to the round of 8, but not without a fight. XiaoShuai looks extremely dangerous in ZVP, like really, really good.
Yeah, I think he shouldn't be unhappy with that performance because it's quite obvious anyone could have walked away from that series, and today happened to be Dewalt's day. Even that last game going down to the wire, you know, Dewalt, he just he almost lost it, you know, and he was in such a good position. XiaoShuai really fought back valiantly, and Dewalt's gonna make it out first in Group B.
And that does give us our first Protoss into the round of 8. Of course, we've got 2 Terrans from Group A. We are going to be going into a break now, but when we come back, we're going to have our PvP, which is going to be OyA versus BoA. We are back, StarCraft fans. We just had Dewalt get through XiaoShuai in some epic games. XiaoShuai will be waiting in the Deciders match, but now we're going into our PvP. We had OyA fall to Dewalt earlier, but OyA actually looked really damn good on Vermeer, and I think it's going to be a really tough matchup for BoA. You know, actually, we see BoA playing Napple a few times, PvP, and, you know, other BSL players can take him down, like Razazon beat him a couple times, so I think this is going to be a tough matchup.
Yeah. Well, I think BoA's gonna have his work cut out for him, especially against the boy wonder OyA. You know, it's no secret that OyA probably not as active as he could be. So he does have that going against him. I think this is kind of true for BoA as well. But you know, often I see BoA kind of let's say underperform, I guess. But his PvP, I think, has always been very solid. So we'll see.
Yeah, we will see. You know, as speaking to the activity of BoA, you know, 2 or 3 years ago or whatever, when I was queuing ladder, I used to hit BoA on the ladder, you know, consistently. Nowadays, when I queue ladder, I can't even remember the last time I hit BoA. Of course, a lot of people use barcodes, they use alternate accounts, but BoA is one of those people that I do recognize when I do hit him, when he's repping his BoA white tag, and I haven't seen that in a long time. We're getting a look at the profile stats, as I mentioned earlier. OyA, he was on the up and up from, you know, season 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, getting all the way to 3rd place, and then ever since then, pretty much round of 8. Meanwhile, like you said, BoA, I don't think he's as active as he used to be. You can see in season 15 he was 5th to 6th, but ever since then, round of 16, and he's looking to make it into the round of 8 for the first time in a couple seasons.
Yeah, and I mean, both of them are gonna have their work cut out for themselves against each other, and then against eventually the winner of this against XiaoShuai. So, well, that's enough talking. Let's get into it. Vermeer is gonna be the first map here between OyA and BoA. Let's get right into it.
So in the top right, our American Protoss is BoA.
The bottom right, the Swedish Protoss, it is OyA in the blue.
Indeed, and we saw in the first series versus Dewalt, both players ended up going, you know, Gate Cyber. Everything was very normal. We saw a mix-up of Dewalt going Citadel, I think in the first game, if I remember correctly. But in general, it was just standard openers from OyA both games. He played really well on Vermeer, and we're back on Vermeer. If he can have that type of play here, oh man, he's going to be looking really good in this series.
Yeah, well, we are Terran players, so I don't think we know what we're talking about in this matchup, but we can guess, take an educated gander. Do you think we know more what we're talking about? More or less, you know, if you're a Terran player, do you have the same level of authority on the game as like a YouTube caster?
Depends on who the YouTube caster is. If it's Artosis, of course you do not.
No, but you know, I'm talking about the YouTube casters. You know, the YouTube casters.
Okay.
You know, that's their resume, is, and they, you know, they don't play the game, they just cast on YouTube.
I don't know. Do you?
I don't think so.
I think so.
Not according to chat.
You don't think so? I think.
The thing about the YouTube casters is they watch so many games, and like you can only imagine they know so much about the game. They're constantly studying.
Yeah.
And like we only play Terran, so we don't really know what we're talking about when there's not a Terran.
That is true.
It's just a thought. I'm just asking. I want to know the power level, the knowledge power level.
I don't know, man. I think they may have the edge there. They see so many pro level games that they've got the insight into all the races.
Well, that's why you started casting on YouTube, so you can start learning a bit more about these other matchups.
Indeed, that is why I started doing it. You know, I would like to play off races on the ladder, but I don't want to play PvP the whole time. So I want to get some insight into PvZ or, you know, ZVP, but that just... Or ZVT, but, you know, those just don't exist on the ladder. What's it... I think I was looking at my stats recently on Seawall, and it's like 49% versus Protoss. So legitimately half my games are versus Protoss. We did have a little bit of a... Actually, it's not a mix-up. I was going to say the scouting is a little bit faster this time, but actually it's really late for both sides, and both players do find each other first, though. The probe actually gets in for BoA. He spots that it is a normal opener, whereas OyA didn't get in, so he's going to have to guess what this is.
"44 Olaf. You don't have to be a pro to voice an opinion and know about the game. Fight me." Love
He knows,
it.
man.
Yeah, he knows. Well, BoA actually went for, I think it was a gate scout or a pylon scout, I'm not sure. He scouted very early and he went to scout the center of the map, so he was worried about a potential 2-gate. Whereas OyA delayed his scout. But OyA actually got no information. That's why he's... Oh, that was sick from BoA. He was actually hiding his Zealot Goon and tried to catch OyA's first goon. OyA has no vision, no information whatsoever, because his probe came in so late the Zealot was already blocking the ramp, whereas BoA has had at least full vision for a while of OyA's main. He doesn't know what the tech follow-up is, but you can see that's why OyA was so inclined to try and get up there with the goon, but did not get... Well, he saw it was 2 goons and 1 Zealot, so that's about as good as you can get, because you know BoA didn't cut anything drastic.
Saw the Robo also when he poked up there. He had vision for a second, and he saw the Robo just get put down. He knows that this is a standard Robo follow-up. In the game 1 versus Dewalt, I remember it wasn't actually Citadel. It was Robo versus Robo. And this is going to be straight Reaver for OyA. He's got the intel knowing that this guy did not go DT. So what better way to punish it than to go straight Reaver? And in game 1 versus Dewalt, OyA did start cutting probes around this. Whoa, okay, he goes
God.
Reaver and a Nexus.
That's sick. That's so ballsy. BoA is the type... I mean, I've seen a decent amount of BoA PvPs. He definitely goes DTs sometimes, but I guess he does play very standard usually, so... Nice read from OyA. This might put him over the top. I mean, this is insane to take your Nexus on top of being on 1-gate Reaver here.
He doesn't even have an observatory. He can also skip that also. Doesn't have to build more gates. Okay, well, BoA's not too far behind with his own Nexus. He does have the support bay and the observer first, though. Pylon coming down for OyA just in case he needs like a battery or something. There's the 2nd gate, probably 3rd gate coming in just a moment. Or maybe not yet.
Yeah, well, can't predict Protoss players as a Terran player, so...
Well, OyA is... You know, despite having that fast Nexus, I thought he was going to continue to pump probes, but still hanging around, just 24. Okay, there's another one coming out. So is going to start catching up to the worker count that BoA already has. There's the first Reaver, as expected. And BoA is going to see that, you know, well, we look similar, except you already have a Reaver out.
Yeah, OyA has a really nice read of the game. I mean, this could have, not only could have been DTs, it could have been something like 3-gate, but 3-gate... not very likely on a rampless map. It could have also been like some kind of 2-gate, but he would have seen it earlier. So actually OyA navigating this early game, the blind early game, really well. And with the Reaver, he should be safe here. But at the same time, BoA, he's not really cutting any probes, and he's actually still ahead. So in terms of probe count, so actually looking at how the builds played out, the only advantage OyA has is his 2nd Reaver and his shuttle is going to be a bit faster. But BoA also has that vision advantage. So honestly, pretty even situation.
It does look very, very close right now. In BoA's main, I did notice he's got his own 2 Reavers. He also only has 2 gateways. Neither player flooding gates just yet. Neither player has their nat gas. Wow, that's an extremely fast Reaver upgrade.
Yeah, that's well, that's an insane upgrade. And actually, does that mean he got speed already on his shuttles? It must mean that, because there's no way you're going Reaver damage over Reaver or shuttle speed.
I don't think he got speed.
There's no way you're going Reaver
All right, I'm predicting it right now.
Speed.
We only got a couple seconds. Is no speed. I'm calling it no speed.
What the?
Yeah. And both those upgrades are the same cost. Like, they're expensive as hell.
There's no way this is the play. There's no way. Well, we'll see how it works for OyA. Like,
well, like I've been talking about Premier before, high ground is massive advantage, and BoA has the high ground. That means that if OyA takes this fight, it's going to be really tough to make work. But he unloads out of vision. If he can get a couple of pot shots on these goons, that would be amazing. Oh, he catches the shuttle's not unloaded.
oh, and he sniped the shuttle. Actually, he had vision of it, and obviously on the well, okay, scratch that because BoA actually killed one of the Reavers. All right, that was actually an even exchange. It could have went either way, but disaster avoided on both sides.
Yeah, that was a ballsy move to go for that. And the plus 25 damage power spike for the Reaver gonna be coming in just a second. I'm not sure exactly what the breakpoint is for this. Like, 2 Reaver shots kills everything here, so I guess it's just for the splash. Maybe the splashes allows him to kill more goons, but BoA's holding the line here, but has no shuttle, like you said, so this is a dangerous situation. The Reavers are forward. He doesn't even have an observer. Oh, he does.
Oh, the microphone! Oh, it was tragic. Unfortunately for him, he loses the Reaver and then the shuttle as well. That was massive on his upgrade timing as well. So all of those resources down the drain. BoA, once he gets the shuttle out, he has a sick timing here, double Reaver as well. You hate to see that. Honestly, if he had speed there, that wouldn't have happened.
I thought that he was going to get both Reavers himself, but now losing both his own Reavers and the shuttle, and also getting that upgrade, that's obviously not going to really help him much now with only just one Reaver. BoA must smell blood. He's going to go for it. He's up 20 supply. It looks like BoA's army is not really that much stronger. I must be missing something here, but obviously the shuttle is a massive advantage. Oh, and Reaver connects, though, and kills one of them.
Alright, well, BoA just has to play this a bit slow. Like, he has everything he needs to win the, put a lot of pressure on here. He just needs to micro the shuttle Reaver and take his time, because without a shuttle for OyA, you can't contest this Reaver just poking at you. But it looks like BoA just wants to ram it in, which is kind of going to be nice for OyA. He doesn't really need to care about that skirmishing, but, well, he kills the shuttle with the Reaver.
And the Reaver coming in for OyA. Is it enough, though? There's still so much left over for BoA. The Zealot is trying to soak up hits, but oh, there's the plus 25 coming in clutch. Takes down a couple of additional goons there, but still 4 goons remain for BoA. There's not much left for OyA. There's no Reaver. It's just 3 Zealots. He did have speed coming, but it's not done. Oh no, can't lose that also.
That's going to be it. I mean, he doesn't even have a Reaver for that. They can call a couple of Zealots here, probably as a Citadel, but it doesn't really matter because goons are knocking at his doorstep. He's going to clean this up as well. And, well, if BoA comes in here with the shuttle and a Reaver anytime soon, this game's all but over. But before that, I mean, this macro cycle completes for OyA. He is bringing back some units. We'll pull the probes. He's going to surround all these units.
He may end up saving himself for now, but oh, there's a Reaver here. It literally walked across the map. Oh, please.
No,
oh, it does.
Of course not. If those were SCVs, it would have hit.
Yeah, maybe. Well, OyA does hold it, and he held with a lot of goons left over, so the game's not going to end. He's also got, I think it's 8 gate production legitimately versus maybe 5 for BoA.
Yeah, well, the shuttle is here now, but BoA, is he overextending here? That's a lot of goons. He has to micro this to perfection, but it doesn't really matter because the goon DPS is crazy. Was it enough, though? The Reaver did get a couple shots off. These goons were shooting down the other goons the entire time, and it looks like BoA is actually going to take that trade at the end of the day. He's going to push in here. It is 6 gate. Zealot speed does finish, and in these low numbers, the Zealots can be very efficient and annoying to deal with, but actually I think BoA has just enough goons here.
It is just enough. He's got 9, make that 8, whereas it's just 1 Zealot, 1 goon, and this has got to be the killing blow. Now the probes are under threat. He can one-shot everything. Zealots, they almost get blown up immediately as they come down the ramp. Probes are doing what they can. Zealots are streaming in. There are a lot of low health Dragoons here, but unfortunately, he's not really hitting the ones. Okay, now he gets 2 of them, 3 of them. But there's still just so many goons left, and there it is. GG. BoA, he will take game 1.
Yeah, and that was a bit of a sloppy game for both players, I feel like, but, you know, honestly, kind of very even throughout. I think anyone can take the next couple games here, but and not much to say there. I mean, I'm kind of surprised OyA went for the Reaver damage upgrade. I don't know if that was intentional or what, but that would have definitely saved his Reavers when he went up that ramp.
I'd have to go into the single player lab to see what the breakpoints are on that 25 damage upgrade, because you don't really see it that often, at least not being rushed.
I mean, it's definitely good, but I don't think you get it over shuttle speed.
Yeah, that's the thing, is I don't know if that's the first upgrade you get. I don't know if that's you really want to rush it, right? Like over, like, let's say +1 weapon for your gateway units.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing an example out.
Yeah.
But in the end, BoA held strong there. The clutch defense on the high ground, you know, sniping the Reaver in the second engagement, somehow saving his Reavers in the first engagement after getting his shuttle snipe. That was great from him.
Yeah. Well, we are going to get into game number 2 here. And we'll see what OyA's map pick is going to be. I mean, that game, it basically was as even as you could possibly get from the build order through to the mid game. And honestly, it could have swung either way, but I feel like, you know, BoA slightly edged out OyA there. But definitely room for OyA to come back in this series.
For sure.
Retro.
He's definitely now out of it, and we are going into another standard map. It's going to be Retro, so let's get into game 2. Okay, in the top left. He needs your energy, chat, otherwise he's done. It's OyA. I'm loading up that bingo card, man.
In the top right, BoA on the precipice of advancing here to the last match.
Indeed. And BoA looked much better in the last game, in the series we had, or the single game we had versus XiaoShuai. So hopefully he can pull it out here, but also rooting for OyA to make it through or get a win here so we can at least get to game 3. Okay, I thought that probe might actually go to the low ground, but not going to be the case.
Yeah, and BoA did scout the middle of the map last game, so we'll see if he's still anticipating a possible 2-gate, especially being up 1-0 right now. OyA does have a history of... Actually, both these players have a history of 2-gating center map in this matchup. I mean, I remember BoA playing Dewalt. You remember that game on Sylphid? He proxy 2. It's such a long time ago at this point. And OyA also has his fair share of 2-gates, but this time around, none opting for that route.
I'm surprised we haven't seen anybody 2-gate in the main or somebody 3-gate, you know, all in. I guess these maps do have ramps, so maybe you don't want to risk going for it on a ramp map. Maybe if we got Apocalypse, we could have seen that. Okay, as I say that, there we go. The Cast of Curse once again, second gate for OyA, and like you were saying, he did scout the center for the proxy gates, but they're not there.
Yeah, and I mean, OyA, instead of scouting the center or something like that, he's going to go for the Insurance 2-gate in his main, which would be great if BoA went for something like a 2-gate himself. At the same time, this 2-gate opening is very popular in the foreign scene. It is very hard to stop. You basically have to be like snow-level micro to consistently, you know, prevent any of the Zealots from killing the probes. But that 3 Zealot push, you know, sometimes 5 Zealot timing can be really annoying to deal with just one gateway.
Yeah, it can snowball real quick. Like if you just pull probes to hold, well, you can already just be behind because you've lost so much econ. Even if you don't lose probes, you just lost so much from the pull or the Manor Pylon or whatever the case is. OyA still has his probe alive in the main of BoA. He's waiting for his moment of opportunity to hit him with the Manor Pylon, but BoA, despite going bottom right, ends up going back to top left, and he will be denied. No, this was the worst time, right when the Zealots were about to pop and he doesn't see him.
Yeah, that's actually such a disaster for BoA, and I mean, especially, you never want that to happen. You should never lose your probe to a Zealot. Like, oh my god, that's so unfortunate. Such a massive disadvantage. This could be anything too. Like, OyA could just be putting down his tech on 2 pylons or something crazy like that as well. So, just such a disaster. And unfortunately for BoA, actually OyA, well, BoA went for double Zealot. And if OyA, yeah, he's going for 5 Zealot. This is gonna hurt for BoA.
This was a good blind counter, though. If you're gonna build how to your gateway, you need to have 2 Zealots versus this at least. Second, the first initial goon is about to pop out in a moment. There's no battery, by the way. There is a... Oh no, he got his Zealot stuck! Almost ends up dying. Even the second Zealot's almost dead. Well, he's attacking his own cybernetics. This is all falling apart.
I was gonna say, well, he's not killing any probes yet, but then all of a sudden, all the Zealots go down, and this goon gets surrounded too. Now OyA's gonna have 4 Zealots inside of the main. He's still chasing down this goon, so not quite yet going on top of the probes. The probes weren't mining for a long time. Now is on top of the probes, and he is gonna, you know, they get glitched out successfully. And actually, OyA's 2 other Zealots. What are they doing? They're targeting its 1 pylon. No probes go down. Wait a minute.
Yeah, wait a minute. It does seem like BoA actually clutched it here. A bit of a misstep losing those 2 Zealots. And you know, when he was attacking or about to attack with his Zealots, I was thinking he can just focus down the pylon. It's just a single pylon there, and it's 1 gate production. OyA did it with his... Oh no, he got split up here. Another Zealot moves out, but...
Oh, he actually went 7 Zealots. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Don't see that often. The robotics is already finished. But BoA has to micro his heart out. You know, if the goon sits there and fights the Zealot, it's actually going to die. Does use the shield regen, but this one, goon does manage to sidestep the Zealots, wide walking right out of there.
Crazy, he has 1 health.
Oh,
make that 80 health. The power of the battery, man. It's amazing.
Well, this is a massive advantage for BoA. Like, not only does he have his robotics, did he? I mean, he has a support, but he has a Reaver on the way.
In no way did those Zealots not kill that single probe mining gas. Now, this Reaver follow-up, you've got to go straight Reaver if you really feel like this guy's not going DT. Like, if this is ladder and you're getting rallied Zealots at your base, you better have the observatory on the way, because you know DTs are coming. When I saw the Reaver being produced, I was like, what? How's this possible that you're going straight Reaver here? But it's the correct move, because it's actually just 2-gate Nexus.
Yeah, this is so weird. I mean, usually, well, you can do anything. I don't know. I'm a Terran player, man. What do I know? But it's surprising that he just went naked Reaver here. Because it's just so... It's so hard to do anything with this. Like, what are you going to do? Fly the no-speed shuttle across the map? Of course, he's going to have a nice kind of army with this, but with just the 1 gate and just expanding here, I feel like he's not really going to get ahead from defending this 2-gate.
Not sure what the follow-up is going to be. We know that the follow-up for OyA, though, is, if I'm looking at this correctly, a 4-gate. No Robo, no Citadel. There's no range for BoA right now because it's not completed. So OyA's going to try and pounce on this army, but he takes a lot of damage. He ends up getting 2 for 2 there. He also confirms what the follow-up plan is. It's actually going to be a Nexus. As soon as you see the pylon, you know what the game plan is for BoA.
Unfortunately, though, BoA is cutting probes. So even if he doesn't even have money to put down this Nexus, like, this is kind of spiraling out of control for BoA, because even if he expands, he's so far behind economically that OyA will be able to get like just an insane amount of units and all his tech. I'm not quite sure. I mean, BoA's on 2-gate here with Reaver. All of a sudden, I don't think his plan is to expand, and I don't think he can expand anymore.
I don't think he can anymore either. I think that if he does, it's just going to be too slow. Like you said, the econ's not going to be great, and now BoA sees the bad news that a Nexus is already done. He's down 7 workers because he's been cutting, but I don't think he can really attack either. Like, it's 4-gate production. If you attack with your small army plus a couple Reavers, like, yeah, Reavers are strong, but at some point, there's just way too many Dragoons. So this is a really rough position for BoA. I think maybe what he can do is expand, rely on speed, and try and get some Reaver harassment done? Not too sure, though.
No, he's definitely not going to expand. He's going to rally 2-gate here. Maybe possibly add a 3rd gate and just all in with this Reaver timing and hopefully control out of his mind. Because there's no way he has time to expand anymore. And, I mean, this is a good timing. He's got Reavers plus Shuttle, but at the same time, this is exactly what OyA wants. He wants this, like, he wants to defend against a timing when he's on 4-gate and no tech, because all he has to do is overwhelm his opponent with production.
And OyA set up perfectly. He's got a 360 surround.
Oh!
The shuttle's already dead!
Dude.
That was way too far forward. But at least BoA knows that there's the flank in the back. So he's got everything clumped up together, trying to have the best engagement he can possibly have. But, you know, what's now tricky is now he's going to get hit from the back right, the back left, and the top right, all at the same time.
Yeah, he's going to get 360 no-scoped. I mean, there's no way you win this as BoA. Like, the double Reaver do pick off 1, 2, 3 goons, but wait a second, actually, the Reavers are pretty insane, but they do get cleaned up.
Yeah, him putting those so far forward was really good because it isolated the top left group, and now there's actually a lot of goons left over. It's 9 versus, I think, 4, but there is 5-gate production or 4-gate production for OyA, so still a lot of reinforcement opportunities. There's double shield battery too.
Yeah. Kind of unfortunate because, I mean, I think BoA behind this should have had like 4 gates, like all in. He's still just on 2-gate. And maybe if he had 4-gate here, like minimum 3-gate, but actually he was, well, it's okay. Well, that thought, because this Reaver and Shuttle, that's it. That's all he has here. He has to make this attack work. Double shield battery will pump the juice.
Well, if he gets rid of the pylon, the shield battery's not powered anymore. Yeah, they're not powered anymore. Now it's like Zealots versus Goon Reaver with not very... Oh, there's a Reaver. Is it in time, though? Oh, hot pickup. Oh, big shot. Huge shot, actually. That Reaver did so much damage to those 3 goons on the left side.
Those 4 Zealots? Oh my god, they just get eradicated. And this is coming down to the wire, man. Like, the shuttle is still being microed, but it's about to go down, I think, and OyA, by the skin of his teeth, I think will hold on. He still has 4-gate production. Actually, behind this, BoA is trying to take an expansion, but that's never going to work. And, no power onto these shield batteries, so that Reaver is not getting healed up anytime soon. But at the end of the day, only 2 goons left over here for BoA. A couple more coming in, so it's going to be 4 goons. But OyA is about to have his macro cycle pop out, plus this Reaver. I think he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, he is going to be just fine, just barely holding on. Really close attack there, and he's going to try and transition now, but that was the one opportunity that he had to take this game. Now he's going to go into the mid game down 15 workers. He's down, I think, legitimately 4 gates. Like, OyA has 6 gates versus 2. He's evened up the tech. He's got his Reavers himself.
Yeah, pretty much. I think this game's not looking good for BoA at all. I think generally when you go for this type of Reaver all-in, like, you just commit to the 1 shuttle plus double Reaver, and that's it. Then you go 3-gate, 4-gate, and flood goons. And hopefully, you know, if he had done that, he would have had a good trade there, and then he would have been 4-gate production on 4-gate production with the goon count advantage. But instead, well, the micro wasn't there either, to be completely honest with you, and now BoA is definitely up against the ropes because he cut a lot of probes, and his infrastructure is nowhere near as developed as OyA's.
He is going to catch these goons, so that's going to be see you later. 2 goons, maybe 3 goons. He also has high ground here. If he can somehow kill these Reavers, that's the way to get back in this game, but he's going to need a miracle. And that Reaver already got off big damage. Shuttle does not go down. Almost all the goons are already dead. Oh, it is dead.
Man, that shuttle almost looked like it didn't have speed. But OyA's going to clean this up, and that's going to be it here for BoA. I mean, he is going to play this out, of course. But look at the supply disadvantage here. Obviously, these players, they are playing with fog of war. You know, they don't know where they're at necessarily. but it's looking real dicey here for BoA. I'm not quite sure what you can do. I mean, he doesn't even have his second gas going. What's the plan here? He's going to try and hold, and I think he's just going to get overrun.
A battery coming up, but it's not going to be in time. There's no shuttle. Reaver running for its life. Okay, never mind. They're just going to have a standoff. Actually, took a lot of damage on the Reaver. He snipes the shuttle, snipes the Reaver, but there's just nothing to support this one Reaver and 2 goons. Oh, big shot again. Doesn't get off another Scarab, and this is going to be all she wrote.
And that's going to be it. BoA taps out. GG gets called. As we both sit straight in our chairs there. 1-1, OyA versus BoA. Going down to the rubber match.
Yep, it is going to go to game 3. I think BoA had opportunities there. Like, he really clutched that defense versus the Zealots. How many probes did OyA kill? Like, 2? Not very many. And to go straight support bay and saw that Reaver, I was like, wow, he's just going to immediately counter. And this is probably going to be it, because I don't see how OyA can hold it. But the 4-gate follow-up was nice, able to shut down some of those Reavers during that counterplay. And he ties up the score, 1-1.
I think BoA's build just wasn't quite clean enough. You know, if he had the goon count from just going 2-3 gate on time instead of, you know, getting an extra shuttle in the Reaver, he probably. I mean, I think that makes sense. You know, if you're gonna get robotics and support bay that fast, that's gonna be your play. Just go for that Reaver timing. But his production kind of lagged behind there, and he didn't have enough units to overwhelm, and that was it. OyA holds on, and well, we're going into game 3 here on BoA's map pick.
Indeed we are, and it is going to be Radeon again. So we've seen a lot of Radeon today, which is, you know, kind of surprising since we've been casting ASL. Everybody's been vetoing Radeon, but it's nice to see we get some games on here. So let's get into our our final match here. It's going to be OyA facing off versus BoA. Winner will be facing XiaoShuai. Okay, in the top right, our blue pro, or bottom right, our blue Protoss, it's OyA.
And in the top left, the red Protoss, it's BoA.
Well, I just got an alert on my phone. It is the Washington Capitals Fan Appreciation Day. That means Papa John's is 50% off, baby. That might be dinner.
Damn. We eating pizza again?
Again, you gotta get those discounts.
What's going on, man? Like, they're just constantly finding some sports event, you know? Next thing you know, they'll be like, oh, Nyoken made it to round of 8. 50% off.
Yeah, it's the power of the Papa John's. I sent you a clip of Watching Lights YouTube with Barracks, and they were eating Papa John's. That's the secret. You want to be a top tier 10 player.
They got Papa John's in Korea?
They do. It's pretty expensive, but it's kind of. I guess it's kind of similar price, except, you know, here I'm getting discounts. In Korea, you're not getting discounts, or at least I wasn't.
Yeah. Well, I wish I had Papa John's, dude. Here we only got like pizza.
Oh, is that Little Caesars?
I don't know. Is it?
Yeah.
I'm not a pizza connoisseur, dude.
Okay, well, we need Raz here to be the pizza connoisseur.
Last time I got pizza, I went to the, you know. We were thinking, you know, I was like, oh, I want a pizza, and then I had the brilliant idea of, oh, well, let's just go to the supermarket and get a frozen pizza because, you know, it's cheaper and whatever, and it's pretty good. Last one I had was pretty good, and I found the nice one that had stuffed crust. It looked so nice on the picture, and then I put it in the oven, took it out, and it was the most disappointing pizza I've ever had. And that's the last time I'm getting frozen pizza over delivery ever again.
Once you go top tier like Papa John's, you can't go back. You know what I'm saying?
Well, here we also have a double pizza. You know, that's where I usually get it.
Okay, double bay.
Yeah, double. Yeah. W, big W, dude. Big W pizza.
Big W. Well, we've got back-to-back 2 gates from OyA. I guess he found success in with this build, so he's thinking, well, maybe I can make it work again. And this time around, unfortunately for him, it's cross spawn, so it's going to be a little bit harder to make this work. But once again, BoA doesn't have intel, but he should be able... well, I'm hoping he doesn't lose his Zealot this time.
Yeah, well, Crossbond's gonna... Well, you gotta respect this from OyA. He did it last game, he's gonna do it this game too. He is safe against any kind of insane, like, game 3 center 2-gate play. But Crossbond is gonna hurt him, and this time, I mean, BoA does see it from a mile away. Last time he got completely blindsided by it and still held, though, so this should be pretty easy for him, right?
You would assume so, and he can put down a battery if he wants. He didn't also spend the 200 minerals, 200 gas on an immediate robo, so like he didn't cut goons or anything. And he's got a second goon coming. By the time the Zealots are here, second goon's gonna almost already be out.
He's gonna push down here to start and work away at these Zealots. This micro is very tricky because you gotta make sure your goon's constantly firing, not freezing. You gotta target the same Zealot too. It doesn't matter if you spread your damage like that, it's not gonna do much, and he already did. So that gives away a bit more time with these Zealots. Does get one probe. Can he get another? I mean, he would really want to get 2 probes at this point, and I don't think he will.
I don't think he's going to get another one. You know, the drill is fantastic. So this was... Okay, gets the second one. I think that's about the maximum that you're going to get with this.
That's 5 Zealots, though, so now he has to get another probe. Like, the more Zealots you make, the more probes you got to kill. And, well, we'll see if the second round does anything. I mean, that's a lot of goons out. 1 probe does go down. Can he get another probe? He desperately wants to kill another probe. Okay, he did, actually. Will he get a 3rd probe? That would be 5 total. No. Only kills 4. But I think if you're BoA, you're definitely taking that trade.
I think that was definitely worthwhile for BoA, but also it was okay for OyA. He got a couple of probes. Critically, he did see that, hey, this guy doesn't have any tech. Like, he knows that there's no insanely fast robo. And look at it, OyA's expanding again. I guess he feels like, well, you don't even have a robo this time. So now I'm definitely expanding.
Yeah. And good play here from OyA, fortunately. But, you know, the one thing about double gate is that you just don't have that much gas, and he has to get range too, and your gas is so late, so it's hard to get range and get your tech timing at the same time. You have to gamble and just hope that you pick the right build order here.
Well, if he's going to make an attack happen, this is the moment. There's range advantage for BoA right now. There is no range. Oh, he went forward with his goon. He wanted to get that killing blow, but he didn't get it. Now OyA's retreating. He's like 10 seconds away from having his range himself, but BoA's not going to let him have that opportunity. There's also, remember, the Zealot left over, and he can just hold the ramp.
Yeah, and he sees this as a Nexus, so he knows that there's no possible tech behind this as 2-gate. And, well, goon range?
Oh!
No, that's it. BoA's going to kill another goon as well, and behind this, I mean, BoA's teching. If he cancels this Nexus, that's a massive W. 2-gate robotics, like last game, again, cutting a lot of probes. You know, 21 probes, that's pretty light. I think that's just the bare minimum you need, but that is kind of scary because, well, if OyA just cancels and sits on 1 base, I think he's fine. Woo! He lets that finish?
Oh, yeah, I can't believe he let it finish. I guess he feels like if he can't hold the Nexus, he's going to lose because his tech is so late, and if he cancels the Nexus, well, it's not like he's on 4-gate or something in response, so he lets it complete, and it's just going to get immediately killed.
Well, that's a tilter. I think I'm surprised we didn't see a GG right out of that. Citadel gets thrown down, but that's possibly that's the YOLO play, but that's not how you come back into this game. Unfortunately for OyA, although, you know, maybe if he gets a couple DTs here, he can push back and he kind of contain. He is on 29 probes. Of course, on 1 base, it doesn't really matter. BoA doesn't need many more probes than this, but if ever this game gets to a point where both players expand, that's going to come into play. And actually, BoA's putting down his Nexus, which, you know, on this probe count is pretty funny.
Yeah, he's going to start building up that probe count now. And we've got the Reaver on the way in just a moment. The question to me is, how does the goons ever engage this Reaver? Like, as long as the Reaver doesn't bug out on the ramp, you imagine that he's just going to be throwing those bowling balls into those goons all day long. I don't think there's an observer out for for BoA, so maybe the DT can do something. And LML, thank you for the huge tip, man.
Yeah, 69. Yeah, well, I mean, OyA is definitely on the ropes here. He has to get out of this contain, and then he has to either kill BoA or expand himself. But now the shuttle is joining in with the Reaver, further reinforcing this contain. Luckily for OyA, I guess the DT call was kind of correct, because BoA's not going to have detection here, but this is really going to put a lot of pressure.
Yeah, if he gives up the ramp. If he gives up the ramp, then the goons walk in. If he doesn't respect the Reaver just wreaks havoc on the main. But what the Reaver critically saw was this guy's going DT. So if he builds an observer, he can just... Huh?
Is that an observer in the middle of the map?
Yeah, it is an observer. It's already on the way. He sees there's no observer, so... Well, I mean, even if this DT gets out, what's it going to do?
Oh my god, he actually walks
He saw it coming.
Yeah, I think that, well... Yeah, it's hard, man, as OyA. There's really no good choice, and now the Observer comes in. This contain's going nowhere, and that's gonna be it, man. Like, there's just absolutely nothing OyA can do. His only chance was to possibly kill, just kill the contain with the DTs. Look how much money he's floating. Okay, now he's gonna just flood a bunch of Zealots. Maybe he can go for a shuttle, like a DT drop is what he's thinking next. This one DT is actually gonna sneak in.
Oh, not paying attention. Okay, now he's going to get back, but DT is actually going to get some damage done. I was expecting it to get no damage done. He gets 3, 4,
and I mean
5.
BoA is still like on such a low probe count from the beginning, but he does have access to double mineral patches. His workers are going to be extra efficient. It's going to be hard for OyA still, but maybe he bought enough time.
Look at this. He
Where's
killed the observer.
Oh, he killed the observer.
He sniped the observer, and BoA's not paying attention. He's going to lose his Reaver. And
now
Protoss can actually get out of his base, and he's got 6 gate Zealot.
How does this happen? I can't believe that just happened, Nyoken.
Well, okay, you might have 6 gates, but OG, you got to spin that 1.5k bank.
Yeah, we got to queue up 10 Zealots, man. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's still going to be hard. OyA does have a timing, though. He does have more or less equal supply. He's down 10. Maybe without a Reaver, this... Oh, no.
No. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. I thought speed was already done, but he hasn't even... I mean, he's just started it. So any window of opportunity for a Zealot bust to work, well, that's not going to happen. He is building a Nexus, so he's not, giving up on going into a macro game, but he's at quite the deficit here.
Yeah, well, I mean, he can still play this out. Like, of course, it's impossible to know this, but actually, he is on equal worker count. And if he does expand, like, he's on a decent supply count as well. It looks like, actually, OyA is just going to go in here. And, I wouldn't be surprised if he just taps out. Oh, but did he snipe both ops? Again?
Both ops, yeah. There's no observer. And actually, if he's building a Reaver, which he probably was... I think he did, and there's 3 DTs here.
This is OyA's best Zerg impression. If he somehow wins this game, I can't. I can't. I'll never be able to unsee this. I think as BoA, I wouldn't be surprised if BoA isn't just smashing his laptop right now, but the obs does come out. DTs, though, on top of the goons, even if they get spotted, they have been doing their damage, but okay. Looks like actually also BoA had another spare obs in the middle of the map that he brought back. He does hold on for now, but, OyA, I think that's going to give him some confidence here that, maybe it's not over. Maybe I can keep playing this. And honestly, all he needs is to stay in this game. Like, this is the kind of game you want to stay in. From OyA's perspective, it looks like it's lost, right? But he just needs to stay in this game, and he's actually fine.
I think he is. I think he's winning, actually. His 3rd Nexus is going to complete pretty soon. He's got his 6 gates. Okay, BoA luckily has 7 gates here. But he's going to be able to transfer his workers over to bottom middle in a second. That's going to be a fresh base. He's up workers, like you were saying. If these goons get caught, that would be a catastrophe. Also, speed's about to kick in, or it already kicked in. He's going to catch it. These goons, you can't run now. You're stuck.
Yeah, what's BoA doing? And it's so funny because OyA's actually playing so aggressive. If he knew how far ahead he was, he would just sit back. But he's still trying to attack here. And he does get all of these goons, and now, what is this, man? Where are they fighting? They're fighting over nothing, really, in the middle of the map. Absolutely crazy game. And OyA's going to flank this army. So many zealots, not enough supply on BoA's end to deal with it.
Oh, dude, he's going to win this fight. He's going to kill the Reaver, and there's so many zealots left over. Okay, there are still some zealots left over for BoA. It looks like supplies are basically going to reset. He takes down the Observer. Of course he does.
Yeah, gotta snipe those obs yet again. That was a massive kind of win there for BoA, but actually behind this, OyA, and especially he had, like, it's rare that you see that 31 probe count, like, on one base pay off, but this time it does. I mean, he has so many gates, even just from being on one base, and now he has 3 base as well. But look, supply-wise, BoA is ahead. He definitely has a bigger army here, so does he know that there's a 3rd expansion at 6 o'clock?
I don't think he does. Why would you expect that there's a 3rd base? I wouldn't be suspecting that at all. That is a lot of zealots, though. Maybe this is enough for BoA to bust through. The goons are taking a lot of damage, and there's also still a lot of goons to support, too. There's only 3 now zealots remaining, and it looks like BoA is going to be denied, and every moment that goes by means that this 3rd base is really kicking in.
Yeah, I mean, BoA had to do something there with his supply lead and didn't really. BoA still has a chance maybe if he plops that in I mean, 42 probes to 35, especially in a macro game like 3 base versus 3 base. That's a massive advantage there for OyA rather. And man, I can't believe BoA is actually up against the ropes now.
I can't believe it either. You have an Arc with a Reaver. You denied the Nexus. Not only denied the Nexus, you killed the Nexus. This guy, you saw the DT as a follow-up, so you know it's coming. And the guy was floating 1.5k money. Like, you of course don't know that, but he was also doing that. I can't believe that it's gotten to this point. You got to give props to OyA there. He's just sniping these observers over and over, getting real work done. Now BoA's going to try to expand, but OyA's army is pretty strong. But I did see BoA does have, I think, double Archon. He has a Reaver. So I'm not sure if you want to engage into that. Oh, we actually see BoA with a DT trying to make something happen here.
Yeah, maybe he's taking a page out of OyA's book. I mean, OyA, props to him, man. Like you mentioned, I think he saw the one kind of avenue for him to get back in. Just YOLO, snipe those obs, let my DTs do work. Really creative solution there, and it worked out for him. And BoA just wasn't like solid enough to deal with it. And now up against the ropes, I mean, BoA has to make this attack work. He does have a really nice composition. A couple Archons in the front with double Reaver will absolutely chew up any Zealots. If OyA has way too many, if OyA's relying too heavily on a Zealot composition, it might backfire, and he is. I mean, that's all Zealots, man.
Well, by the way, OyA has hold position DT on the ramp. You're not getting out. This is the only army that's allowed out onto the map. However, that army is on a move command through the center, and that's going to get eaten up. BoA's army looks very strong relative to...
the shuttle?
Oh my gosh, yeah, where's the shuttle at? But the Reavers are like, hello, Zealots, come to me.
Did he snipe the shuttle? Where's his shuttle?
I guess it got sniped.
I guess so. And like you mentioned, I mean, OyA's just insane, man. He's so... How do you see that you just go for a whole DT on the ramp? Like, just so creative, so like... you can tell he's just like an insane player, man, when you find stuff like that. And just spamming DTs, dude. Is this OyA or is this Mini? He's gonna go for that. He's actually just... He has this goon hit squad just looking for obs and spamming DTs behind this.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, you can't make this up.
It's such a hilarious play. BoA's worker count is at 33 now. Finally, the Observer comes out, but look at how much time this freaking DT and 3 goons bought. There's 6 DTs that kill the Reavers.
Oh my god, dude. If you're OyA and you win this game, I think you just can't believe it. Can't believe your eyes, and it's all crumbling for BoA. That's it. That was his timing right there. I don't know what happened to his shuttle. How does he let that get killed like that? Double Reaver with a bunch of Archons probably would have... Well, I mean, OyA was definitely ahead in supply, but that would have been a very hard fight for OyA. And now, while OyA is looking for the kill move, still mostly Zealots. I don't really think his composition is that good, though.
There are a lot of Archons, and the Archons will melt Zealots, but they got to get in range of the.
Oh
there's
my!
60, if he kills the Robo, the game's over. There's no detection. That's where he's going. Goodbye, Reaver. Goodbye, Robo.
Oh my god! If he kills the Robo, he actually just killed this entire main with the DTs. Does have an Observer out, can bring it back here. So he won't lose his main, but this is a lot of time to waste as BoA. He is going to have to cancel that third base. No way he's holding on to that. The main Nexus.
Look at that. He can hold the ramp again.
Oh my god. He does lose the main Nexus too. That's, well, doesn't really matter for BoA. I mean, it's annoying not being able to mine that gas though in the long run. So I'm curious if he will build it just for that. But OyA's buying a lot of time, and actually at his main base, he's massing more units, so I don't think he cares that his composition isn't that great.
Oh, well, he doesn't care at all, because he just killed the third Nexus. BoA's on one base mining. He has no econ. This DT is still sitting here.
Oh my god, man. Like, this is just the most tilting. I'm getting, like, tilted by proxy here. I'm watching this, I'm getting mad, dude. I can't imagine how BoA feels. Look at all his units just bugging out. I would just leave this game. Like, even if BoA was... Imagine if BoA was winning and he had, like, an army supply. I would just leave this game anyway. I'd be so mad.
I'm thinking the exact same thing. You know, I'm not one to get very angry at Broodwar, but this might be one of those moments where even I am slamming my keyboard. Apparently that's called a shotgun in Korea. Cruiser always talks about streamers doing a shotgun. He loves it. I showed him the clip of you yesterday where you just got out of your game, where you just stood up from your chair versus you. He liked that also.
Yeah, well,
this is it.
That's what I do. I've got plenty of shotguns, man. I'm like I'm like an NRA kind of guy, dude. Even when I play StarCraft, man, I should go to the firing range with my chair. I would just punch it across the range as OyA is cleaning. Well, you know, BoA's putting up a fight, but look at the supply, 140 to 70. Even if OyA, or even if BoA survives this, I don't think he survives the follow-up, and that's it.
Yeah, he's dead. This was maybe the best comeback of all time in BSL. This was an unreal comeback. Literally, if you were to chalk this up to being played out 100 times, I don't even think out of 100 times BoA loses this game. This is just one of those games, like you said, everything went wrong for him. He was at such a massive advantage. And now, what sucks the most is that this is the deciding game. Like, there's no game 4. This is it.
Yeah, that's it. You're right. It's not. There's no game 4. This is a best of 3. And that's going to be it. BoA's still hanging in there, but... Oh man, the thing is, I just can't imagine BoA raging, man. He's just such a nice guy, such a mannered, like, you know, super mental fortitude gamer. I'm sure he took it well, but you know, Jip, if that was Jip in that game, I think you just never see a Jip stream ever again.
Yeah, probably. Myself included, I'd be like, I can't believe it. I gotta go. I can't lose like that. That's
my god.
That is heartbreaking. You know, everybody's been there. They've all had games that, you know, you feel like you have a 100% won game and the opposing player just pulls out an absolute miracle, because that's what it was. But this does... I mean,
dude, he was just sitting in an arc across the ramp.
Yeah.
He had like an observer and the reavers. And OyA's like 1k minerals, like 100 gas, just...
If I was BoA there... Legitimately, this is what I'm thinking. Why is this guy here? Right? If I was him, I'd be thinking this guy must be hiding a base, but he actually didn't even scout for that.
I don't know.
And like I said, OG, while all that was happening, floating 1.5k. I don't know how that could have gone any better for OyA. It was absolute dream for him to get that win there. This does set us up for OyA versus XiaoShuai though. So we're going to be going into a PvZ. Maybe we do a break now, though, first?
Alright. Up to Nyoken.
Alright, let's just go then. I want to see OyA slam this Zerg player, right? I want to see XiaoShuai bring it to OyA and say, try and build 6 DTs versus me, man, and see what happens. So let's get into XiaoShuai versus OyA. I think this is going to be another epic one. OyA is always very good, not just in PvP, but also PvZ, but unlike Dewalt. we're not hanging around 45 probes. I do not think that's going to happen. I think we could have big time macro if we get there, 60, 70 probe, tons and tons of gateways. Really hoping OyA can bring it in this series.
Yeah, well, I gotta say, I think if this was BoA playing, I would give him a I would think it would be very unlikely for him to win, but I think actually OyA has a higher chance of winning here against XiaoShuai. Though this is going to be, having seen the games today, I think it's going to be a Herculean task. Maybe if OyA somehow gets into a macro game without being too far behind from the mid game, he can definitely do it. But getting into that game state is insanely hard in this matchup. So let's get into it, guys. Retro is going to be map number 1 here for the last game, or the last series of today, XiaoShuai versus OyA.
So in the top right, our Zerg, we got XiaoShuai.
On the bottom right, the Protoss, OyA.
Well, I feel like these are good spawns for Protoss. You got, if you get into a mid game and you got like a good army, you got a stepping stone at mid right, you got high ground there, you could expand there. I don't think Zerg can necessarily expand there. I think that's going to be really hard to hold. I wonder if OyA now is the time to pull out the 2 gate. We did see Mini attempt it on Retro.
Yeah, that was a disaster game, man.
That was not ideal, to say the least. And it is going to be a gate. Maybe it's going to be a 9 gate. Yep.
Well, OyA is not boosting his probe, so let's look at this time. 113. I don't know. Is that good for 9 gate? That you can hit like 110 or something, right? You gotta imagine XiaoShuai. And you gotta look at XiaoShuai. Is he hitting that 1 minute pool? This was actually an overpool, so
yeah, overpool. So not gonna be that legendary 1 minute pool that you're talking about. I sent you a screenshot just the other day. Did you check that 219 factory? You like that?
Off an 11 gas?
Hell yeah! What do you think? I'm pulling a 10 gas there?
Was that a 15 factory?
Yeah, it's immediate factory after the racks.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty crazy.
That's the fastest I've ever gotten. When I got it, I was like,
is that what you do? Gosh. You just sit in the single
That's all I do.
No,
that was in a ladder game, man.
Oh, that was in a ladder game?
Yeah, it was actually versus a Zerg because the guy random, and then I died to Mutus. So, what did that 219 factory get me?
Absolutely nothing.
I guess it got me a quicker loss. Is what it got me.
This is really this is really annoying for XiaoShuai actually, because he got his hatchery blocked, and you saw he was pulling the larva actually for a bit too long, and even committed to getting this third hatch out the second hatch at his third base. So really annoying start here for Zerg.
That denial was really painful. Travel distance, loss of larva. 6 lings. You remember the last time we saw the overpool, he only built 4 lings.
Yeah.
So that's also a lost drone right there. So overall, OyA in a really good opener. And OyA, will he put down that fast forge? No, actually he's just holding the ramp with a single zealot and probe, and just having that bad boy right there hold the line.
Yeah, but at the same time, OyA, I mean, generally against overpool, the standard is 2 zealot nexus. But instead, he basically got his third pylon and has been pumping these zealots instead. So he is going to get his... Oh,
that hurts. That's 100 minerals down the drain.
That's a tilter, man.
Yeah, well, at least he saw it right and fixed it immediately. Sometimes you don't even recognize until after it's done, and you're like, oh, okay, well, what do I do now?
Yeah, this is the worst. Well, going for this 3 pylon too, he has to do some damage with these zealots, and I mean, XiaoShuai, he has full vision. He sees exactly what's going on. OyA, he can't push just yet because he is just going to get countered. He has to make a forge, but he is going to have a nice timing once this forge gets put down. Though that positioning isn't the best either, I don't think, because maybe he needs more. Okay, that's good. So 4 zealots going out to pressure, and these zealots have to do a lot of work here.
Lings are already in production for XiaoShuai, so he knows, or at least expects, a move out. Drone's being built at the third base, so he's managing his larva well, not building Lings just willy-nilly all over the place. Cybernetics is halfway done. I think I saw speed for XiaoShuai. I mean, oh, yeah. Okay, both speed and lair.
Oh, this is such a train wreck opening for Protoss. I mean, if you're gonna 3 pylon like this, you have to just send it with the zealots. You can't give the Zerg this much respect. And now, I mean, basically he just has a slower Nexus with no real compensation. Fortunately for him, though, I mean, I think it's still playable. XiaoShuai didn't make a lot of Lings, but if he finds these zealots, which he will, he's gonna get such a sick trade on them.
That's the trade that XiaoShuai wanted. Maybe OyA can retreat to the ramp, I mean. And you can trade very effectively with zealots on ramps like this, but these were way too damaged, and they're all going to fall. And that's what XiaoShuai needed right there to really get rid of the pressure that OyA was bringing. Now he can start droning up if he wants. I don't think I see a Hydrogen at all. I think it's just straight Spire. Bit of a mix-up this time from XiaoShuai.
Yeah, but you gotta know that OyA most likely didn't see the previous game, so he doesn't know what XiaoShuai did against Dewalt and against BoA. So playing off of less information than you otherwise would if the games were live, and unfortunately though, OyA's opening just wasn't quite good, so he is gonna go into this mid-game with a bit of a disadvantage, but you know, he's not dead, so he can definitely play this out.
Yeah, definitely not dead. Not even close. Sarah's going to get out on the field. Maybe it can get one Overlord, but he will at least see that it is Spire and not Hydrogen. And he will... Okay, that is a hatch. So 5 hatch for XiaoShuai, starting to power up now. 37 to 27 workers. Nat Gas coming up, he also spots that, but at least he sees that it's not mining just yet. Doesn't necessarily need to worry about mass muta at this point. Does see the Spire, though. And wants that Overlord.
Yeah, and I mean, he saw, I think, the larva count. You can maybe gauge if this is going to be 5 mutas or not, but at the same time, I mean, you need a cannon to cover the Scourge anyway. And, well, Zerg is going to just opt for a couple of Scourge, and actually he gets one Overlord, so that's really nice for Protoss.
I think that's the maximum damage that he could get. That's an interesting cannon placement. He must expect that there could be mutas coming, which is why you see him put down multiple cannons in the main, and even one at the natural mineral line. Scourge is going to see this and be pretty happy to see that he forced out a couple of cannons for just 2 Scourge. And behind this, I'm sure XiaoShuai will just continue to drone up. He's at 34 now, really closing that worker gap.
Yeah, but I do like this from OyA. You know, he has his probe count going. He has... You know, the gateways are late though, and the Templar Archive's also nowhere in sight. So, undoubtedly,
wow,
Zerg's in a good spot, man. That's a lot of zealots though. Maybe he can make something happen with this, but Zerg's gonna be happy. I mean, he's on 6 hatch. He hasn't had to make anything other than the Scourge. Like, he's powering so quickly. Already has a 3rd gas as well.
I'm surprised it ends up actually being mutas, because the Scourge saw that there's cannons built everywhere. He saw that there were multiple cannons too. He luckily avoids disaster there, not losing a single Corsair. But it is actually going to be mutas, because there's a 3rd gas taken at top middle, and mutas were already out in the field.
Is it? Oh, he is going to keep making mutas. Alright. Well, you know, some Zergs do like playing like this, where maybe they go mass muta Scourge, but I'm not quite convinced. Is he actually making more mutas?
Okay, that's
only 5 mutas though.
Yeah, not a lot of DPS, but a lot of Scourge to deal with the Corsairs. The mutas are going to be shown, but like you said, it's only 5. The Sairs, I don't think they can engage. This +1 armor is going to be almost done. Oh, it's not done just yet. Maybe the Sairs with their own +1 weapon can fight.
Oh my god, those connections were fat. But... you know, 3 Sairs left over that can fight these mutas, and no Scourge yet, so maybe OyA has a timing here that he can just ram these Zealots with +1, but, you know, 5 mutas can output a lot of damage, and actually the 3 Corsairs do get routed back to the base. One more goes down to 2, and that's a massive loss there for OyA. And now he can't contest these mutas for a long time. Oh my god, XiaoShuai's already droned up to 45. He's absolutely set, man. He's locked in.
And he's going mass muta into this. He killed a lot of the Sares. He's got his +1 armor. He knows that it's just a 1 Stargate follow-up. He's eliminated a lot of the Zealots. He's got double sunken across his bases. He's under no threat of getting breached there. OyA's starting to go into Dragoons, but okay, he does know that something is awry. He's getting an Archon immediately to help support versus the mutas.
Yeah, that's just not what you want, though, because, well, XiaoShuai is already transitioning into Hydras. He has 55 drones already. This is, like, maximum number of drones you can get in this matchup. You can get a 4th base as well. Just doesn't have to make any more drones for the rest of the game. Can just pump out units non-stop. So he is going to get on that Hydra production. And, you know, Protoss, well, at this stage, wants to start banking Storms because he is going to have to face an incredible amount of Hydralisks in the mid-game.
Oh, the Archon not able to help. He only lost 1 Sare there. That was nice. He lost a lot of Scourge for that trade. The mutas are kind of getting melted by these couple couple Corsairs. Archon.
Well, that Scourge doesn't connect, so... But like you mentioned, XiaoShuai does have +1 Carapace now, so those mutas extra tanky. And they're still getting a lot of value. Look at how they're shaving off so much, well, shields and HP off of the Zealot Goon here. Archon struggling to connect with them. The Corsairs are out spotting, but he's going to see that's a lot of Hydras. I can't attack there. There's a lot of Hydras at the net as well. And, well, OyA, he hasn't started that transition into Templar Goon. Just now starting to bank some energy on the Storms.
Only 2 Templars on the field also. That's going to be really tough for OyA to do anything. I think, oh no. Okay, at least he got the Archon morph. I guess you can find solace in that. You didn't lose both Templars for free. But I think OyA is doing what you should be doing at this point. You can't attack anymore. There's way too many Hydras. It is high ground 3rd bases. You might as well take a 3rd base and, you know, just control your bridge so you don't get locked in by lurkers. But other than that, he can't really do anything else.
Yeah, he can only expand, but still not putting that Nexus down. He doesn't want to get contained. He's going to move out. I mean, he has a lot of Protoss units here, but that's a lot of Hydras. Where are his Templars?
Well, he doesn't have any. He had to morph them into Archons. The first one for the first mutas, now the second one because they were about to get sniped. And his army was split here, coming in single file. There's so many Hydras here.
Yeah, too many Hydras for Protoss to deal with this, and I think that's going to be it for this game. XiaoShuai just ramming it here against OyA. The Zealots do come back, actually. He does kill the North Hydralisks and reinforces here. Maybe the Zealots are getting on top of the Hydras, but I think they will go down shortly, and after that, I mean, that's it. GG gets called already.
Damn, that muta follow-up was sick. It did so much damage. If I was OyA there, I wouldn't have expected the muta follow-up either, because I showed this guy I've got 2 cannons at each base, man. I've built Corsairs nonstop. Why on earth would you ever build mutas? It was the correct move. It dealt so much damage. Force out an Archon, you know, did damage in the center of the map like you were talking about. And now XiaoShuai is 1 game away from the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. And that game looked really rough for OyA. I mean, the opening just quite wasn't there. You know, you don't want to go 3 pylons. You want to go double Zealot Nexus against Overpool. Of course, it was 6 Lings, but even then, like, 6 Ling Overpool shouldn't force the 3rd pylon and delay the Nexus that much. And then after that, I mean, you know, he had a good probe count, he had everything, but his build was a bit behind. And then also the first engagement with the Corsairs just really didn't go well. Like, the first 5 Corsairs just traded into all the Scourge, and he went down to 2 Corsairs, so yeah.
Rough situation for OyA. He's on the back foot now. You know, Dewalt had a killer build on Dark Origin. It still ended up losing, but, you know, his +2 timing looked really strong. Maybe you need to go into that, because the early game, nobody's doing damage to XiaoShuai. It's just not happening. Maybe the Protoss players need to accept, like, okay, this guy's too solid in the beginning. Maybe I can beat him in the mid game, just play defensively, get my upgrades, get my 3rd base, maybe something like that can work.
well, OyA's going to have to pull something out here because it is going to be difficult. Guys, make sure to check out Bombastic Shop. 18% off with code BSL18 on these nice t-shirts. I love the design. And, you know, make sure to donate to make BSL19 happen. We've got that stretch goal.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Oh, I've got a
definitely
stretch mark, you know.
Nah, I don't need to hear
Oh,
that.
okay.
Yeah. So we are going to be going into game 2 now. It's going to be OyA on his last life here. XiaoShuai so close to getting it into the round of 8. Let's see if he can do it here on Dark Origin. So in the top left, really bringing it today, it's XiaoShuai.
Yeah, and in the bottom right, Swedish Protoss, it is OyA. He's got to win this game, man.
Yeah, and we've got somebody in the chat calling for the proxy. You know, if there's anybody to bet on proxy in their last game of the tournament, this is the guy that definitely has it in the arsenal. But I think this is just going to be a normal pylon timing. I'm a bit sad about that. I always love to see the 2-gate.
Yeah, it's just, you know, so hard to make that work, especially against all these Zergs going 9-pull, overpull. It looks like this game, XiaoShuai, I'm not quite sure that he placed down his, or I think he, well, too early to tell. We'll see if he opts to go for that overpull. On 2-player maps though, going hatch first is risky because, especially on this map, you can get cannon rushed as well if your opponent opens with a forge. Unbeknownst to him though, OyA almost never goes forge expand.
Yeah, it's another gateway opener, and I think the overpull is the perfect move from XiaoShuai. Basically, the overpull has just done so well for him. Even in games he's lost, it's not because he opened overpull. Like, he's been playing fine out of it. Like, he's macroed really well. He's had some really slick timings with it too. And so far, Probe's going to get in and took the first shot. That means that Drone will win that fight. OyA needs to be careful. Oh, we're going to the third base again.
Yeah, XiaoShuai is, he's confident about just putting down the drone at the third base. You know, if you are watching this, I feel like as a Protoss player and you're going to play a series game against XiaoShuai, this is definitely something you can maybe prepare and, you know, a build for, because look at how XiaoShuai has absolutely no scouting whatsoever, and putting that hatch down, maybe you can make something like a 1-base type aggressive play work. But obviously, you know, that takes a lot of planning. It's very unlikely, and, you know, Protoss 1-base doesn't really work that well, but I've noticed that's something XiaoShuai has no problem doing, just taking that third base with the drone.
I've seen, okay, I saw this in a cast maybe from a month or so ago. What ended up happening was actually the Protoss sent 2 probes out, and so the guy sent the drone to the third base.
Oh.
There was already a probe waiting. And then what do you do? And so he got his hatch denied at both places, and
Yeah.
it was a blowout after that because the guy just had no larva. I think he ended up putting down a hatchery at like 700 minerals or something crazy.
Yeah.
It was that delayed.
Yeah, that's actually a creative way of doing it. You know, that could be something people would, you know, who knows. But, you know, as played, obviously, XiaoShuai getting his build off without a hitch. This time around, though, I do like OyA's opening much more. He did stick to that 2 Zealot Nexus. And this looks like a build right here. This is what I'm talking about. Getting the gas as well, nice and early. Really nice from OyA.
Gonna get into that cybernetics really quick. Now, he did just show me to play in the last game. Where's that 100 gas gonna go? It is going to go into nothing right now. Oh, there it is, the lair. Okay.
Yeah. No Hydroden here for XiaoShuai. And, well, OyA, he is pumping out Zealots. So, he is going to try and put on some pressure at some point. Because he hasn't stopped making Zealots this whole time.
I was just about to say that. He's got 4, soon to be 5. Maybe this time around he can make a move out happen and do some damage with the 4 Zealots. I see that XiaoShuai has a few Lings hidden on the right side. You can see them right over to the top right section. Yeah, right there, 3 of them. Okay, cannon coming down. He's going to be safe versus any incoming B-Lings, but we know that there aren't any, at least not just yet. XiaoShuai needs to build some Lings, I think, in the next couple minutes or next couple seconds or so, because I imagine those 4 Zealots should be moving out pretty soon.
Yeah, but it's getting close to that speed timing, and, well, I wonder, though, Protoss is... the build... Wait, that's actually a Citadel.
Yeah,
that's not a Stargate.
That's straight Citadel, baby. We're going all in. Maybe really fast +1 speed Zealot timing, and then follow up with, double Stargate.
Yeah. That seems to be the way Protoss is like doing this these days. Double Stargate is super popular, actually. And the good way of covering the weakness that this type of build has. 3-gate, I mean, this is this OyA or is this Castle EMG, man? He's coming in hot with a +1 timing. Oh, and he even makes a Goon, man, but he's not going to get the Overlord. That feels bad if he doesn't kill this Overlord with that Goon.
Yeah, Goon not that great versus Lings. It does, of course, have a good combo attack with 2 Zealot hits plus a Goon shot will kill the Ling, but other than that, not very effective, and like you said, not getting that Overlord really does hurt. It would have supply blocked XiaoShuai, and now there's actually, okay, I was going to say a slight gap there, but OyA, he's ramped up his gateway count. It's going into 3. He's gotten his second gas going. You gotta imagine that the second Stargate's coming, but for now, just 1 is down.
Look at how there's just no timing here, man, because speed isn't even finished, and it's halfway done, and the Spire's already morphed, so he's going to be able to start Mutas ASAP here. He's getting double sunk or double creep colony at each base, and Mutas are on the way, so playing extra safe XiaoShuai is, I think he's going to be more than fine against this.
Yeah, Mutas are definitely going to be the saving grace here. I don't think this is going to work. The +1 weapon is too slow. The speed will be in time, but he's set up already. He's got a SimCity double sunken at both bases. I think at this point you just back off. You accept that this guy spent a lot of resources on the double sunken. Take that as a win.
Yeah.
Because this is not going to work.
Yeah, and OyA has nice probe count as well, so he's going to be feeling rich. And speed does finish here. Goon gets caught, but actually he is going to push in here. It does have +1, so these Lings are going to go down quickly, and he is going to try and run these Zealots inside the main, but XiaoShuai's defense absolutely on point there. It doesn't allow any of that to happen. And he's super stable, man. Okay, a couple drones are going to go down at the 3rd base, but that doesn't really matter. I mean, XiaoShuai's already on 5 hatch, and he barely lost anything.
He lost a couple of Lings and one drone, and it's not... Oh, it is double Stargate. There it is. I wonder, having, no fog of war here, seeing that it is double sunken at both bases. Of course, OyA doesn't know that, but let's say you show Citadel, and then you just don't actually do anything with it. You just go immediate double Stargate or something. You don't even build additional gateways. I wonder how that would actually play out, because you did force a lot in response from Zerg. I mean, 4 Sunkens, that's no joke, and 5 Mutas that maybe he didn't necessarily want to build.
Yeah, I think just this 3-gate timing comes in way too slow. Like, maybe you have to go before speed, maybe... I think instead of 1-gate, 3-gate, maybe 1-gate, 2, like really early 2nd gate or something like that. But this just doesn't seem to have a timing. Like, as soon as speed finished, he had 5 Zealots, and Zerg had double sunk and 5 Mutas, double sunk at each base and 5 Mutas and like 30-something drones. So maybe he needed to put on some more pressure early on as well to force some Lings. XiaoShuai didn't have to make any Lings whatsoever in the early game, so just the opening not quite going in OyA's favor yet again. But here comes the 2 Stargate timing, and actually, wait a second, XiaoShuai, where's his defense against these Corsairs?
Yeah, hello. These Corsairs appeared out of nowhere. There's no skirt. Oh, even the Hydras are going to pop out on the wrong side.
Oh my god.
He's going to do a massive supply block, and XiaoShuai, did he power too much?
Wait, that's crazy, man. XiaoShuai was in such a good position, and suddenly all of his Overlords are going to get deleted. He supply blocked Nyoken. How is he going to defend?
How is he going to defend? Well, the answer is there's just not enough Zealots here. The Mutas are in the main doing some damage, not really much damage at all because they're just attacking gateways, but XiaoShuai holds. His Mutas are just being annoying. The supply block, even though it's painful, doesn't actually lead to anything. It doesn't lead to any drone kills. It doesn't lead to, many Hydra kills.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't end the game. So as Zerg, you're definitely happy. It definitely slowed XiaoShuai down, though. I think XiaoShuai was in a dominating position, and now, well, it's a bit more even. The only thing that OyA doesn't have going for him is his gate count. It's still quite light, and Zerg is on 6 hatch. OyA really wants to be on minimum 6 gate at this point, but he still has a timing here to put on pressure with these Corsairs. Like, he has full air control, and XiaoShuai, he's not really threatening a bust yet. Look at his supply, 134, 79 out of 134. He really had to slam those larvae into overlords instead of units. So that's the silver lining for Protoss.
XiaoShuai still just has such a massive econ, though, and you were saying the gateway counts was a little low for OyA, but XiaoShuai didn't miss a beat on his 6 hatch production. Just now we're getting into, I think, 7 gateway production for OyA. His army is like pure zealot, right? Like, I don't remember seeing a Templar anywhere. He does have +1, but I imagine the Hydra's going to have +1 pretty soon. The question to me is just, where does he attack? Can he attack? If he can't attack, do you expand? Do you try and brute force with your goon follow-up?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. OyA, though, I mean, he has a lot of time to get some Templars out, but, well, that being said, XiaoShuai is already out on the map with those Hydras. OyA has good economy, he has a good supply. Finally, he has 7 gates. His Templars, though, he has 4 Templars as well. All he needs to do now is start churning out those goons and taking this 3rd expansion, but, we've been talking about this earlier, 11 minutes in. This is Zerg's power spike.
Oh, that's kind of a whiff on both of the storms, and oh no, he's getting the AI messed up while across the bridges. And I don't know how many storms. Okay, there's 2 storms available. He let him across the bridge. He loses a Templar immediately.
Yeah, and these Corsairs are in the base, not out harassing the Overlords. Maybe if he was finding the multitask there, that storm whiffed completely as well. And actually, I think XiaoShuai is just going to muscle through here. Oh my god, it looked so close, actually. It looked like OyA maybe had a chance against XiaoShuai with his 2 Stargate attack, but didn't do quite enough damage. And now, I think he's just going to get busted on his 3rd timing, as we see so many times in this matchup. Wow, GG.
Yep, GG comes out, and that means XiaoShuai will be moving on. Every game today we saw of his ZVP was really immaculate, even though he ended up losing to Dewalt 2-1. All the games, at minimum, were really close, like the Ramir one, the Radeon one, crazy. So he's looking as fearsome as he's ever looked.
Yeah, I mean, XiaoShuai looked dominating today, aside his game versus Dewalt, and Dewalt absolutely stellar. I didn't see the Dewalt versus OyA game, but like you mentioned, maybe that's worth seeing because there's a nice macro game in there. But Dewalt, the fact that Dewalt, in my opinion, all 3 games looked better than XiaoShuai, kind of, it's scary, man. But there's only, I mean, what other Zergs are left? Strikers left, Sickies left.
I think that's it.
Yeah, so
not very many Zergs left over.
Dewalt's gonna be tested in other matchups for sure in this tournament, but his PvZ looks absolutely amazing.
Indeed it does, and we've got Group C and Group D coming up next week. I think Group D is actually going to be played on Saturday. That's your boys group right here. We've got Zeke versus Terror first, and then actually got me versus John Hoon. It's going to be a rematch from one of our previous BSLs. John Hoon ended up winning that one. I remember very well how the last game went. Carrier Man got the best of me.
Yeah, it's engraved in your mind.
Yeah, I remember because I was like, damn, this guy's got so many carriers. And the fact that Retro, or maybe it was Allegro back then, was in the map pool, well, it's here again, and I can already see it coming. Carrier Man, maybe he can't be stopped on that map.
And don't sell yourself short, man. You gotta go in with maximum confidence. Prepare nice. Get that 219 factory. But yeah, man, this group's gonna be this group's gonna be exciting, dude. I think you have a real chance that you make it out of here if you practice hard. Same time though, I mean, Siki, absolute god. Terror as well, former BSL champion, always strong in tournaments. And John Hoon, I've been talking about how these 3 Chinese players, I think, are the cream of the crop in China, and it's funny that it's one of each race, but they really, all 3 of these guys, I have a lot of respect for. They're really, really strong. So, it's gonna be a tough group for yourself, I think. But I also think you have a good chance of getting out of here. And I think, honestly, anyone can get out of this group. This might be the group of death, man. D for death.
It could be. I will say this: if I make it out of this group, I'm going to take a new photo and I'm going to do the John Hoon pose like that right there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and follow up.
Well, you heard it here, folks. Absolutely.
Yeah. So that is it today. Thank you guys so much for watching, of course. We need to thank our supporters and Patreon supporters. Of course, Esports Fund, the main sponsor of BSL. But BSL can't happen without support from viewers like you. And our Patreon supporters in particular, we got to thank them. At our $100 level, we've got My Fleeting Dream, $50 Striker, $30 Tim, Cuz, and Tupocalypse, and Voltina Bulai, $20 Scheming Gypsy, Yu Zhang, Medino, Stephen Robertson, Gordon Bradley, KJ Streaming Channel, Daniel Lopez, LML, and Nicholas Schuler. And all you other Patreon supporters, thank you so much for the continued support. Remember, as I always say, $10 support or above through Patreon means you get all of the replays of BSL, so you should definitely consider doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. Some sick games so far this season, and even many more to come.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
Well, that's not the end of Nye and Guy, because let me see here, what's it say? 13
a couple hours. Yeah.
13 hours. We've got ASL coming up, so if you enjoyed the cast today, definitely consider waking up at 5 in the morning to come watch ASL with us. But that's it. Again, thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you next week.